Beef Up, Carnivore Bodybuilding Bible. Foreword. Jonathan Griffiths BSc, author. I first found the carnivore diet in 2012 when I was preparing for a bodybuilding contest. I failed. Meaning, I crashed my metabolism, I felt like death and could no longer sustain it. The fault was my own. I was consuming approximately 30-50 g of fat per day for a period of 5 months. In February 2020, I revisited the diet after learning more about human nutrition in university. I increased the fat and got into contest shape whilst consuming 150 g of fat at the lowest point of my prep. Now, I continue to build muscle on the carnivore diet as an advanced trainer using Ancestral Tenets, as well as improve my current and future health prospects. 1. Introduction to the Carnivore Diet. If you have purchased this ebook from us, it is likely that you are already following a carnivore diet, or something very similar to it. With this in mind, we will briefly outline a few reasons as to why we think it is most beneficial for maximizing both our health status, as well as our physique. Let us start by expressing our firm belief in the carnivore diet as a straightforward approach to eating. It is a way of nourishing our bodies that prioritizes maximizing nutrient density while minimizing the toxicity of anti-nutrients. The reason many individuals choose to embrace this way of eating is because they are weary of living an unfulfilling existence plagued by potential health issues and a shortened lifespan. Benefits of the carnivore diet. We will outline a rudimentary crash course on why we follow the carnivore diet on the next few pages. We will provide a deep dive into the world of exercise, recovery, and how to apply yourself to be the best version of yourself. There are thousands of anecdotes online, as well as heaps of studies based around the ketogenic diet that align with expectations of the carnivore diet. Read the next pages to see the key features of what makes it so special. The carnivore diet has gained popularity in recent years, with many people swearing by its potential health benefits. This all-meat diet involves consuming only animal products, eliminating fruits, vegetables, grains, nuts, seeds, and processed foods. In this comprehensive guide, we will explore the most significant health benefits of the carnivore diet and how following this way of eating could improve your overall well-being. 1. Clearer mind and enhanced mental clarity. One of the most commonly reported carnivore diet benefits is improved mental clarity and sharper focus. Eating a diet high in animal-based nutrients such as iron, zinc, and vitamin B12 can contribute to better brain function. Additionally, by eliminating sugar, additives, and chemicals found in many processed foods, carnivore dieters often experience fewer blood sugar crashes and reduced brain fog. 2. Increased nutrient intake. Consuming nutrient-rich animal products, such as organ meats, can provide essential vitamins and minerals that support cognitive function. Just some of these nutrients include zinc, vital for memory and learning; vitamin B6, necessary for brain development and function; vitamin B12, essential for a healthy nervous system; iron, crucial for proper brain function; DHA, an omega-3 fatty acid that supports brain health. 3. Reduced inflammatory foods. The carnivore diet eliminates many inflammatory foods, such as sugar, seed oils, and plant toxins, which can contribute to inflammation and negatively affect mental health. By focusing on anti-inflammatory animal-based foods, the carnivore diet may promote better brain health and mental clarity. 4. Decreased inflammation and improved gut health. The carnivore diet's potential to reduce inflammation and improve gut health is another significant benefit. By eliminating plant toxins, anti-nutrients, and other inflammatory substances found in many plant-based foods, the carnivore diet can help to reduce systemic inflammation. 5. Elimination of plant toxins and anti-nutrients. Many plants contain chemicals that can cause inflammation, bowel issues, allergies, fertility issues, and vitamin deficiencies. By adopting the carnivore diet, you eliminate your exposure to these potentially harmful chemicals and replace them with nutrient-rich animal-based foods. 6. Better digestion and reduced IBS symptoms. The carnivore diet can improve digestion and reduce symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome, IBS, by cutting out abrasive and fermentable fiber, as well as plant toxins like gluten. Many carnivore dieters report reduced gas, bloating, and constipation, leading to improved overall gut health. 7. Weight loss and improved insulin sensitivity. The carnivore diet can be an effective way to lose weight and improve insulin sensitivity. Some factors contributing to carnivore diet weight loss include 8. Increased satiety. Protein and fat from animal sources take longer for your body to break down, resulting in increased satiety and reduced food cravings. In contrast, consuming carbohydrates can increase hunger hormones. 9. Stabilized blood sugar and insulin levels. The carnivore diet can help stabilize blood sugar and insulin levels by eliminating carbohydrate consumption. This stabilization can lead to improved insulin sensitivity and reduced risk of type 2 diabetes. 10. Enhanced fat metabolism. By consuming a high-fat, low-carb diet, your body enters a state of ketosis, where it uses both dietary and stored body fat for fuel. This enhanced fat metabolism can contribute to weight loss and improved body composition. 11. Enhanced heart-healthy nutrient intake. The carnivore diet provides an abundance of heart-healthy nutrients, such as vitamin K2, which can decrease arterial calcification and reduce the risk of heart disease. 12. Enhanced testosterone and libido. The carnivore diet may improve testosterone levels and libido by providing essential nutrients for hormone production and maintaining healthy testosterone levels. These nutrients include cholesterol, protein, carnosine, carnitine, and vitamins K and D. 13. Reduce symptoms of autoimmune disorders. The carnivore diet has shown potential in reducing symptoms of autoimmune disorders, such as rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, and multiple sclerosis. This benefit may be attributed to the diet's ability to eliminate inflammatory plant-based foods and promote a healthier gut microbiome. 14. Simplified dieting and easy meal planning. One of the most appealing aspects of the carnivore diet is its simplicity. With a focus on animal-based foods and the elimination of many other food groups, meal planning and grocery shopping become more straightforward, making it easier to adhere to the diet long-term. 15. Improved skin health and acne reduction. The carnivore diet may improve skin health and reduce acne symptoms by eliminating inflammatory foods and providing essential nutrients for skin health, such as zinc and omega-3 fatty acids. 16. Reduce symptoms of chronic diseases. The carnivore diet may help reduce symptoms of chronic diseases such as type 2 diabetes, Alzheimer's disease, and Parkinson's disease. This benefit may be attributed to the diet's ability to stabilize blood sugar levels, reduce inflammation, and provide essential nutrients for brain health. 17. Improved athletic performance and recovery. The carnivore diet may enhance athletic performance and recovery by providing an abundance of high-quality protein, healthy fats, and essential nutrients required for optimal muscle growth, repair, and performance. In conclusion, the carnivore diet offers numerous health benefits, ranging from improved mental clarity to reduced inflammation and enhanced heart health. By focusing on nutrient-dense animal products and eliminating potentially harmful plant-based foods, the carnivore diet may provide a simple and effective way to improve overall health and well-being. As we explained above, there are a number of reasons why people should follow the carnivore diet. The key points can simply be explained as reducing the level of Randall cycle activation, increasing mitochondrial efficiency through deuterium depletion, increasing nutrient density and decreasing toxicity, lowering leaky gut symptoms. These are some of the key features. These 3 will be outlined below with explicit detail for the other nerds out there. Randall cycle. I can appreciate that many people reading this are not experts in the field of human nutrition and biochemistry. So we are here to break the Randall cycle down as clearly as possible. We understand that some of the words used might not be well understood, but please understand that when we are talking about these systems within the body, there are very specific words we have to use to describe it. The Randall cycle, or fatty acid cycle, is a process the body undertakes and was identified in 1963. It has been ignored in general by the scientific community, as it essentially took a dump on the ideology that was espoused at the time. This was that we should consume a low-fat diet, focusing on carbohydrates as a fuel for the human body. As time has come out, we now know through heaps of independent scientific literature that a diet using higher fat in proportion to carbohydrate, such as the ketogenic diet, is indicated as healthful. Many people online have misinterpreted this process and have dissuaded others from achieving maximal health and longevity. Paul Saladino is one individual that comes to mind. Anyway, I don't need to call people out and make vicious attacks on people's beliefs, but I want to explain why he has gotten it wrong. So essentially, it is a cross-inhibition mechanism, which the body has been adapted to do over a few million years to deal with the stress placed on the circulatory system. It is protective in a way that it reduces the amount of distress caused to the body through the intake of large volumes of sugar ingested. This is one reason why consuming fruit and honey on a carnivore diet is not indicated, nor deemed appropriate for the human species. In every sense, we adapted to create the Randall cycle mechanism to protect us from exactly that, an excess of available sugar in our environment. It is a sliding scale which is neither turned on or off, but is always active. However, this happens to either a lesser or greater extent. In essence, it is either fully activated or less activated. It deals with what is happening outside of the cell wall and what is trying to get into the cell. By default, it deals with what is inside of the cell cytosol as needed by the body. The cytosol is just the fluid that makes up the inside of the cell. It is a reactive mechanism that, in a way, moves things into place to be used or not be used as an energy substrate for the body. We won't bore you with jargon and complex terminology, but for those of you that are interested in biochemistry, the image above will help you to understand it better. A mixed macronutrient diet, in the example of the standard American diet, contains high amounts of both fat and carbohydrates at a given time. This will increase the sliding scale we mentioned earlier towards a higher level of Randall cycle of activation. Now our bodies do have some requirement for glucose within our body. The problem that people come across is this. They believe that the only way to acquire glucose for appropriate physiological functioning is through the ingestion of carbohydrates from the diet. We know that this is not the case. We can create all the essential glucose required by the body, at a sustainable and functional level, through the process of gluconeogenesis. This is through the breakdown of non-carbohydrate substrates such as lactate, amino acids, and glycerol. These are then turned into glucose within the body at an appropriate amount to maintain homeostatic functioning. Gluconeogenesis is a demand-driven process. If you are to supply an appropriate amount of protein through your diet, your body will convert the protein into glucose, as required by the body. Basically, if we consume enough protein through our diet, we can create all the glucose that we need. The problem that arises here is that in response to this we might be asked, how much protein should I ingest before I can activate the Randall cycle? The answer in short is this: it is always active to some degree, and the level of which that happens I am unable to answer, due to a wide variety of factors. The problem people in the keto or carnivore community is that they believe they are oxidizing either just fatty acids, or just glucose by the body. This is an incorrect statement. We are nearly always using both by the human body, except by perhaps the brain. We want to minimize the chances of high-level Randall cycle activation to reduce the level of inflammation and other negative factors from occurring to the body. The inflammation that is acquired from this is not indicated in scientific literature as beneficial and is not a normal, physiological necessity. It contributes to the development of T2DM and produces a low grade of inflammation, which contributes to the development of atherosclerotic vascular diseases and NAFLD. So consuming fat and carbohydrate at a given time will add up over time to the human body becoming less healthy. Some people can almost get away with this. For example, very fit and active individuals. However, over time, it will become an issue and it will catch up with them. So the key takeaway here we want to make is this. If you want to reduce the level of Randall cycle activation created from the body, reduce or even better, eliminate carbohydrate ingestion and focus solely on protein and fat as the bulk of your food intake. We don't want to be considered dogmatic and say that we should all only be eating a diet consisting of protein and fat. Although, what we will say is this. If you want to optimize your health outcomes, then consume exactly and only animal protein and fat. Deuterium depletion and mitochondrial health. Another benefit of the carnivore diet is that it is a diet much lower in deuterium than any other. Deuterium is a type of hydrogen that contains an extra neutron. It is naturally occurring and is found in small amounts in water and organic matter. Recent studies have shown that managing deuterium levels within the body can have significant benefits for maximizing exercise performance. Deuterium affects the way our body produces energy. When deuterium is present in high levels, it can interfere with the normal functioning of certain enzymes and metabolic pathways that are essential for energy production. This can lead to decreased energy production, which can have negative effects on exercise performance and health. As you can see in the image above, deuterium has a higher mass than hydrogen. In essence, it is therefore more challenging for the mitochondria to work with to create cellular energy, ATP. By managing deuterium levels through water intake, diet, and supplementation, athletes can improve their energy production and maximize their exercise performance. Studies have shown that reducing deuterium levels can improve muscle strength and endurance, as well as increase the speed of recovery after exercise. One of the main ways to manage deuterium levels is through proper hydration. Drinking deuterium-depleted water can help reduce deuterium levels in the body, which can improve athletic performance. In fact, studies have shown that athletes who drink deuterium-depleted water have improved their lap times and endurance during cycling tests. Another way to manage deuterium levels is through diet. Foods that are low in deuterium, like meats, dairy products, and animal fats such as lard, should be increased. Whereas athletes should focus on avoiding consuming foods that are high in deuterium, like fruits, vegetables, and grains. Below is a handy little list that shows a few examples of high and low deuterium foods. Coconut water, 156 ppm. Soluble corn fibers, 155 ppm. Wheat flour, 150 ppm. Pork meat, 148 ppm. Beet sugar, 146 ppm. Corn, 145 ppm. Potato, 143 ppm. Cabbage, 142.5 ppm. Wheat, 142 ppm. Oat, 141 ppm. Carrot, 142 ppm. Any salad, on average 136 ppm. Beetroot, 138 ppm. Avocado, 130 ppm. Grass-fed animal meat, 138 ppm. Animal fats from grass-fed animals, 128 ppm. Plant source fats, olive oil, 130 ppm, nut oils, 130 ppm. Sunflower oil, 130 ppm. Cottage cheese, 136 ppm. Butter, 124 ppm. Peanut butter, 131 ppm. Cocoa butter, 132 ppm. Lard, 116 ppm. Managing deuterium levels within the body can have significant benefits for maximizing exercise performance. Through proper hydration and diet, athletes can improve their energy production and endurance, leading to improved athletic performance. Not only this, but they will enjoy a better health status, because their body has the appropriate level of deuterium in their bodies to ensure they can fight off infections, and reduce susceptibility to chronic illness. Nutrient density and absorption, intestinal permeability. Let's dive into the concept of leaky gut, also known as intestinal permeability, which is becoming increasingly understood through scientific research. The idea is that if your intestinal barrier is damaged in any way, it may allow toxins to enter the bloodstream. This condition can be closely linked to various diseases to some extent, although I can't claim to have read every scientific paper on the subject, and I doubt anyone has. To help illustrate, take a look at this image above. On the left side, you can see a healthy functioning intestinal barrier that allows materials to flow as needed in the body. On the right side, damage has occurred, compromising the barrier's ability to prevent the entry of chemicals and food particles. This is far from ideal because our body's defense against toxins is no longer functioning optimally. Leaky gut can be associated with a range of conditions, including inflammatory bowel diseases like Crohn's and ulcerative colitis, multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, Hashimoto's thyroiditis, diverticulitis, gastroesophageal reflux disease, GERD, eosinophilic esophagitis, fibromyalgia, degenerative disc disease, ALS, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, migraines, adrenal fatigue, eating disorders, and mental health issues such as depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and autism spectrum disorder. It is also linked to heart disease, dental diseases, obesity, osteoporosis, HIV, gallbladder disease, and chronic constipation. These examples highlight the potential consequences of having a leaky gut. While the degree of association may vary for each condition, it's crucial to understand that they are all situations to be avoided. Believing that intestinal permeability is harmless is misguided. We all have some degree of it, but our goal should be to minimize it to prevent encountering the health issues we mentioned earlier. Now that we understand what a leaky gut is and why it's relevant to all of us, let's explore how we can reduce the chances of developing it. Avoid or reduce foods that elicit a negative response due to allergies or intolerances. Incorporate bone broth and collagen-rich foods, such as eggs, into your diet. Consume sufficient fat from animal sources like butter, ghee, tallow, lard, and suet. Include fermented foods in your diet, provided they don't cause any negative reactions. Some examples are kefir, sauerkraut, pickles, kimchi, kombucha, and live and active yogurt. Ensure you consume enough glutamine-rich foods, many of which are found in the protein portion of animals. Maximize your intake of DHA fatty acids by consuming oily fish. Whenever possible and within your budget, opt for organic and grass-fed food choices. These are just a few of the tried and true methods you can find online, but we believe they can have a significant impact. Please note that this is our personal opinion based on anecdotal experience. If feasible, we encourage you to try out some of these strategies to improve your gut health and overall well-being. It is very important to also note that some of our gut microbiomes are affected by our external environment. Both the house we live in, the people we socialize with, the earth we touch, and many other things will directly impact our gut microbiome. Despite our ancestral heritage predominantly coming to fruition as stationary mammals, we did in previous lives travel to different areas to forage. We believe this contributed to a more diverse gut microbiome, which led us to have a great tolerance to different bacteria. 2. Nutrition for bodybuilders. How to transition to the carnivore diet. Generally, we would suggest people start from a ketogenic diet, transitioning slowly to reduce plant foods one by one. This transition might take someone 4 to 8 weeks. We would then use qualitative metrics such as how you feel, digestion, mood, sleep quality, etc. to determine what approach to use on a carnivore diet. The vast majority of people who fall into a way of eating usually eat a 1:1-1.5 protein to fat ratio by macronutrient grams. This might look like a daily consumption of 150 g of protein to 150-225 g of fat. We know people will comment and say, "But I do this." Yes, you're very special. We are basing this from our experience, due to a lack of scientific data to suggest anything otherwise. We would start from the outside in, so include dairy, eggs, fish, meat, etc. This is essentially a lazy carnivore diet, in the sense that there is little refinement. If you're having issues such as constipation or digestive distress, reduce some of those. You might omit dairy first, particularly if you are of a black ethnic background. Then, remove eggs from the diet. You should find by this point your body will settle itself out. From there on out it's a case of tweaking macros, as we will discuss later on. You might even get to a point where you are just eating beef or lamb, like Jordan and Michaels Peterson. Jonathan has noticed that perhaps less than 5% of people he consults with consume what is defined as the lion diet. As you can see, an extremely low proportion of people result in eating that way long term, but it's an option that's on the table, and can be sustained if your individual genetics allow. What this means is that we need specific nutrients at various amounts in order to function optimally. We can subsist on just the meat and fat of ruminant meat, but many feel best with more added to the mix. The genetics that we inherit are set in stone, but aren't the deciding factor in our health outcomes. Think of it this way: genetics are the bullets, your diet and lifestyle factors are the trigger. We like to think of things as creating either a net negative or a net positive. Every decision we make that pertains to my health and physique outcomes is weighed out. In some instances, the smaller sacrifice is worth it for the overall gain. It might be that having a little more food one day when appetite is significantly higher is appropriate. The next day, it might be less, so this is an example of meeting your body's requirements. If you are having no issues, a standard lazy carnivore approach such as the former we outlined would be useful. In an ideal world, we will eat to sustain ourselves and feel our best. How that comes about is different between each and every one of us. We believe that every one of us has a predetermined expiration date. What we mean by this is that we can acquire a certain amount of diet and lifestyle infringements without creating any damage. Beyond that point, however, we can begin to gain exponentially more amounts of damage to our body. An example of this is how someone can smoke 40 cigarettes a day and live to 100, but someone starts smoking and 6 months later is soon diagnosed with lung cancer. The same applies to our diet. Some of us may have the same bowl of sugar-laden cereal every morning for 50 years and have no incidence of diabetes. Another person might have half a bowl of cereal for a year and become diabetic. We all have our own genetically assigned resilience. We have to address if the infringement we make is worth the risk. Jonathan has genetics that seem to predispose him to issues with his hip joints. With this in mind, he would take measures to reduce the damage and strain he put on his body that may cause a worsening of my joint health. The same concept applies to our diet. If our ancestry from our geographical origin would eat a diet with lots of fish and dairy, then it would indicate that we should do just that. This is explained by the topic of epigenetics. This is where our genes can alter over time to have a higher preferred requirement from nutrients found within those foods. We are ultimately biologically extremely similar, but how our body tolerates the world around us can greatly vary. Whatever diet you decide to follow, understand that your mileage may be different to others. What's on the menu? Protein sources: beef, lamb, bison, elk, chicken, turkey, duck, fowl, salmon, mackerel, sardines, trout, chicken eggs, duck eggs, quail eggs, roe, etc. Fat sources: intrinsic animal fat, tallow, lard, suet, butter, ghee, bone marrow, and even brain. Supplemental food sources: broth, whey, casein, beef isolate. Carbohydrate sources: only those from animal sources, dairy, eggs, intrinsic amounts from animal flesh, etc. Honey is made from nectar which comes from a plant, it isn't on the menu. Generally, we recommend keeping these amounts as minimal as possible for a number of reasons, which shall be outlined below. What about the protein-fat ratio? There are proponents of both high and lower fat variations of the carnivore diet. These can be utilized for different reasons, but we aim to teach you how to find out what's best for you using our combined knowledge gained from over 8 years of being on the diet, as well as our extensive background in building physiques. Both the high-fat and high-protein variations of the carnivore diet offer remarkable benefits for overall health and body composition. However, it is crucial to consider the nuances and determine which variation suits you best. The optimal ratios are subjective and depend on your current dietary background. If you are transitioning from a low-fat diet, even an energy ratio of 50 to 60% fat might initially seem substantial. Conversely, those accustomed to higher fat intake may consider 80% or more as high fat. For the purpose of this discussion, let's broadly define high fat as 75% or more fat with 25% protein, while a high protein variation would consist of a 50% protein and 50% fat energy ratio. Jonathan never uses these percentages or ratios when working with clients. In most cases, it detracts from the individual giving themselves what's necessary to achieve their goals. The body knows and understands grams of mass of different macronutrients. It has no way to interpret a percentage, as it is a very primitive and weak metric to assess someone's food intake. He has met people on the fabled 80:20 fat, protein diet, with individuals apparently consuming 200 g of protein. This results in an absurd amount of fat to be consumed, which is precisely the reason why someone would not get shredded using this diet. For most people that are reading this ebook, using percentages or ratios is taking a step backwards in regards to your knowledge base. It is our combined intention that these idealized numbers and ideals cease to exist, for this precise reason. Now, let's delve into the potential issues associated with each variation. If your fat intake is excessively high, it can inadvertently lead to a reduction in protein intake. Furthermore, inadequate taurine levels may disrupt electrolyte balance, and you might find yourself lacking essential minerals, especially if you're physically active. Leaner cuts of meat tend to have fewer minerals, including potassium. Additionally, due to the reduced volume of food, some individuals may find it less satiating. However, it's important to note that the satiety factor varies greatly from person to person. For instance, Pim Janssen thrives on a higher fat ratio but experiences discomfort with too much protein. As I mentioned in my previous video, this highlights the importance of listening to our hunger signals, especially after adopting this way of eating for a while. It's crucial to honor our body's individual needs. Another potential issue with an excessively high-fat carnivore diet is the likelihood of experiencing loose stools or gallbladder dysfunction, particularly for those who have been on medications, lacked a proper diet prior to starting, or no longer have a gallbladder. Some individuals may also experience weight gain, as it can be said that the more energy-dense nutrients we consume, the more likely we are to accumulate fat. On the other hand, if your protein intake is too high, it can lead to slowed digestion or even constipation. Many people starting on this diet fail to realize the significant fat requirement needed at the beginning. Moreover, excessive protein consumption can result in substantial increases in blood glucose levels, which can be problematic without sufficient animal fats. This can manifest as reduced energy levels and fatigue. Additionally, gluconeogenesis, the process by which amino acids are converted to energy, can pose challenges for some individuals when there isn't enough energy supplied to the body, leading to the breakdown of protein stores. Neglecting adequate fat intake can cause issues like dry skin, which is particularly inconvenient for individuals with psoriasis or other skin conditions. In extreme cases, where fat intake is extremely low, rabbit starvation may occur. While this is rare, it can be observed in certain contexts, such as bodybuilding or physique competitions, where individuals eliminate carbs and fats to shed the last remnants of body fat, which is neither sustainable nor healthy by any means. Additionally, an excessively high protein intake may not regulate hunger signals effectively, making it challenging to differentiate between thirst and hunger. Some individuals may find themselves consuming liters of water to quench their thirst, not realizing that they may actually require more fat and sodium. They may be misunderstanding their hunger for salt, and not being in a fat-adapted state needed to sufficiently provide metabolic water. This is the process whereby fat intake will help the person hydrate themselves with a lower deuterium water endogenously. Jonathan is someone that routinely would drink around 8 to 10 liters per day on a standard bodybuilding diet. Now, he typically consumes around 2 liters and feels much better for it. With all recommendations we make in this book, it is critical to mention that we suggest making changes gradually to dietary intakes and hydration, to minimize the chances of having negative symptoms. Another thing is that fat itself is not particularly insulinogenic, however, protein can be to a degree. So when insulin is low, we excrete more electrolytes. This is relevant when fine-tuning things to reach your desired results. Electrolytes through diet are essential for moving nutrients into your cells, balancing your body's pH levels and removing waste from the cells. This isn't something you want to mess around with. So eliminating protein isn't the answer. Jonathan has seen some people reduce protein down to something ridiculous like 40 g per day, and even then, they are splitting that between 3 or 4 meals. The problem here is that they will often be so deficient in protein that they begin to lose muscle mass, especially if they are involved in exercise. In the cases of epileptic or cancer patients, there could be some efficacy if they are a very small person. This is where healthcare professionals will put people on a therapeutic ketogenic diet, with aims to reduce the impacts of the patient's diseased state. It is our personal recommendation to people to consume at least 100 g of protein per day, and that is for the small females that don't do any resistance training. We could be seen as a bit protein obsessed here, but I do believe the protein content of a diet should be higher than the health guidelines suggest. We recommend that most people start with around 1.75 g of protein per kilogram of fat-free mass per day. Example: Jonathan weighs 110 kilograms with a body fat of 15% approximately. The formula for him would be 110 by 0.85, percentage leftover after deducting body fat, equals 93.5 kilograms. Then, 93.5 kilograms x 1.75 equals 163.6 g, protein intake. However, as we are dealing with a large bodybuilder with a lot of muscle mass, this amount may be too low. In this instance, he would start with 1.75 by 110, total body weight, equals 192.5 g, protein intake. With Jonathan's experience over the years ranging from protein intakes of 150 g to 550 g per day for months at a time, He has found that somewhere around 200-250 g of protein per day is where he feels best from a digestive and health standpoint. This also allows him to build new muscle, even at an advanced training age of 15 years in the gym. For very physically active individuals, training with weights to failure, doing a lot during the day, I recommend around 3-4 g per kilogram of lean body weight. Jonathan has never recommended this amount to anyone so far, as nobody has rationally substantiated a requirement for this amount. We are just mentioning this for completeness. Jonathan has spoken with Harry Serpinos about this, and he was explaining that the Hadza Bushmen were consuming around 4 g per kilogram per day. These people are very physically active, they aren't familiar with the Western world and our technologies that have made life easier. They really have to work for their food from dusk till dawn. Therefore, in their specific scenario, it could be indicated as useful. For people saying, "Show me the studies," we will just state the literature is very weak in our opinion. The best research we have seen suggests a protein intake of around 1.5-2 g per kilogram or body weight. Other ranges that have been suggested haven't perhaps paid their due diligence and done the investigation for themselves. This is mostly hearsay proposed by people online with some credentials. The amount Jonathan recommends matches anecdotally what he sees is usually best for clients looking to build maximal muscle and reduce fat. The average resistance-trained athlete isn't training as hard as they might think. We are not saying this to be arrogant as if we are training so much harder than someone else, but that's just a matter of fact. So, studies on resistance-trained athletes don't mean a lot in this context. Also, we are omitting basically all sources of carbohydrates on this diet. So we need the higher protein to signal an insulin bump so that we don't run into a lot of the electrolyte issues people are having. With the above calculations outlined as guides to start with, you would first need to identify your body fat level to have more accuracy on your requirements. To calculate body fat, there are a number of different tools you can use to measure this. For example, you can perform a BOD-POD scan, a DEXA scan, digital or manual body fat calipers, bioimpedance scales, or tape measurements. Another measurement which is of course objective and not quantitative is using the mirror as a judge or guide. If you need a visual reference of how to do it, Jonathan has a great video on YouTube titled, "Measure Your Body Fat at Home with These 3 Simple Methods." We will explain how to do each of them briefly over the next page. Want to see how your body fat changes over time? Just snap some photos and compare. Here's how. Asterisk, strip down to your undies and find a well-lit spot. Asterisk, take front, side, and back shots with your camera or phone. Asterisk, stand straight, relax, and smile, or not, it's up to you. Asterisk, check out your photos and notice any differences in your shape. Easy, right? But remember, photos can only give you a rough idea of your body fat, not an exact number. So don't get too hung up on the details, just enjoy the journey. Another way to measure your body fat is to use a bioimpedance scale. These scales send a tiny electric current through your body and measure how much it resists. Here's how. Asterisk, set up the scale according to the instructions. Asterisk, step on the scale barefoot and touch the metal plates with your feet. Asterisk, stay still and wait for the scale to do its magic. Asterisk, read your body fat percentage and other stats on the display. Sounds cool, right? But be aware, bioimpedance scales can be inaccurate due to things like hydration, temperature, and body type. So don't take them too seriously, just use them as a guide and look for trends over time. The last method we'll talk about is using digital body fat calipers. These gadgets measure the thickness of your skin folds at certain spots on your body. Here's how. Asterisk, find the places to measure, such as arms, hips, and legs. Asterisk, follow the instructions for using the calipers correctly. Asterisk, pinch the skin fold and squeeze the calipers on it. Asterisk, see your body fat percentage on the device. Pretty simple, right? But remember, digital body fat calipers can be tricky to use and require practice and consistency. So make sure you take multiple measurements and average them out for better accuracy. These numbers can be plugged into a website called Linear Software, where they have a form which helps you to calculate your body fat percentage based on those readings. With all this being said about measuring protein per gram or fat-free mass or lean body mass, we would explain that we cannot be perfect, and we are not robots. Ultimately, we are building a body to be visually appealing, Any numerical value is simply a tool we are using to help us measure progression. What we mean by this is that our measurements should be just guidelines, and that we should rely on our body's hunger signals to tell us if we need more or less protein. In addition, the use of the carnivore diet is very effective for this particular strategy. The reason being is that it allows our hunger cues to remain accurate and be interfered with less due to exogenous carbohydrates from the diet from plant sources. They are also reliable because the insulin secreted from the sources in such high amounts is deleterious to our body. Chronic elevation of glucose in the blood, and therefore insulin to control that blood glucose, can promote over and eating and inappropriate hunger signaling. This is because our blood glucose will typically drop much lower than a baseline level, as it is trying to maintain a homeostatic range for us to thrive. In essence, the carnivore diet allows us to have appropriate hunger signaling, which makes the process of muscular gain and fat loss easier overall. In some cases where individuals have excess inflammation from eating exogenous carbohydrates, they will notice that their scale weight will typically go up, sometimes up to a few kilograms. However, this does not mean that they're gaining muscular weight, but really it is extracellular water which is aiming to deal with the inflammation at hand. The reason why the body does this is to maintain a concentration gradient of ionic compounds, namely electrolytes, in order to maintain general function of the body without too much detriment. Whilst this may seem beneficial, the downstream effects of chronic systemic inflammation is a negative overall, in particular for people with already negative health situations. It is important to mention that having a suitable range of blood glucose circulating at any given time is important. We do not want it to rise or dip to extreme levels. We simply want insulin to rise in order to facilitate electrolyte storage into the cells. This also allows for nutrients to be taken in, as needed, to replenish muscle glycogen and commence the recovery phase of the muscles. What about carbohydrate intake? The exact requirement of carbohydrates to the human body is 0 grams. This is because we can produce all the glucose that we need, and at a sustainable level, through gluconeogenesis. Don't we need some carbohydrates to provide energy though? Carbohydrates are not technically considered an essential nutrient because the body can produce glucose through a process called gluconeogenesis. Gluconeo-who? The word gluconeogenesis comes from the Greek words glucose, meaning sweet, neo, meaning new, and genesis, meaning creation. The process involves the conversion of non-carbohydrate molecules such as pyruvate, lactate, glycerol, and certain amino acids into glucose. Gluconeogenesis is an important process that allows the body to maintain blood glucose levels during periods of fasting or low carbohydrate intake. Gluconeogenesis is a metabolic pathway that allows the body to produce glucose from non-carbohydrate sources such as amino acids, lactate, and glycerol. This process occurs mainly in the liver and kidneys and is essential in maintaining blood glucose levels during periods of fasting or low carbohydrate intake. This is an evolutionary adaptive response to sustain human life as best as possible, and not something to avoid by any means. Gluconeogenesis occurs in 3 stages, each involving a series of enzyme-catalyzed reactions. The first stage involves the conversion of pyruvate into oxaloacetate, which requires the input of energy in the form of ATP. This reaction is catalyzed by the enzyme pyruvate carboxylase. The second stage involves the conversion of oxaloacetate to phosphoenolpyruvate, PEP, via a series of reactions catalyzed by enzymes such as phosphoenolpyruvate carboxykinase, PEPCK, and malate dehydrogenase, MDH. This stage also requires the input of energy in the form of ATP and NADH. The final stage involves the conversion of PEP into glucose via a series of reactions catalyzed by enzymes such as fructose 1,6-bisphosphatase, FB-parsase, and glucose 6-phosphatase, G6-parsase. Glucose is then released into the bloodstream and transported to other parts of the body where it can be used as a source of energy. The regulation of gluconeogenesis is complex and involves a variety of hormones and enzymes. Insulin, for example, is a hormone that promotes glucose uptake by cells and inhibits gluconeogenesis. Conversely, glucagon and cortisol are hormones that promote gluconeogenesis by stimulating the release of glucose from the liver. These counter-inhibitory hormones work together to allow us to perform work with our bodies that require glucose. Several enzymes also play a role in the regulation of gluconeogenesis. For example, phosphofructokinase 1, PFK1, is an enzyme that catalyzes a key reaction in glycolysis, the breakdown of glucose. PFK1 is inhibited by high levels of ATP and citrate, which are indicators of energy abundance in the cell. In contrast, PFK1 is activated by low levels of ATP and high levels of AMP, which are indicators of energy depletion. One argument against using this metabolic process is that it is stressful to the body. This can quickly be dealt with as it is grossly misunderstood. Gluconeogenesis is a metabolic pathway in which glucose is synthesized from non-carbohydrate sources such as amino acids, lactate, and glycerol. The process itself is not necessarily inherently stressful, but it can be energetically demanding for the body. During gluconeogenesis, the body uses ATP and other energy sources to convert non-carbohydrate molecules into glucose. This process can require significant energy expenditure, and the body may need to break down stored energy sources such as glycogen and fat to meet the energy demands of gluconeogenesis. In situations where the body is under stress, such as during fasting or prolonged exercise, gluconeogenesis may be more active as the body tries to maintain adequate glucose levels for energy. While gluconeogenesis can be energetically demanding, it is a necessary process for the body to maintain adequate blood glucose levels and energy levels in times of need. Therefore, it is not inherently stressful, but rather a vital process for the body's survival and function. The way to ensure this is not as energetically demanding is to provide an adequate amount of fat as an energy source to preserve protein, as needed, for other critical processes in the body. How to manipulate macronutrients to suit goals. By this point in the book you have maybe been able to create a suitable diet plan based on your goals, and your time availability with the protein and fat grams set based on the amounts that we have explained. You should be able to follow this for at least a few days to 1 week. After this point you will have a solid understanding of whether or not it was effective for your goals. You will be using different metrics to identify how useful those recommendations we gave were to you. You may have gained a significant amount of weight and feel symptoms of inflammation, you have puffy feet, swollen face, distended gut, or any negative health issues. This may pave the way for you to lower the fat, protein, or both intakes. It is our recommendation to you to reduce this very slowly in order to prevent negative feedback from our body from adjusting the diet too fast. The adjustments should be slow but steady in order to match the outcomes that you desire. These things cannot be rushed, or like we just mentioned, negative things can happen to the body. However, if your body weight has dropped significantly, that would tell us as a body composition coach that your dietary intake of fat was too low. In this case you would slowly titrate fat intake up in order to meet your body's requirements. We are cautious before telling people to weigh or track their own metrics of body composition too often, as this can sometimes lead to people feeling disheartened or have issues understanding what the measurements might mean. As we have explained earlier, there is no perfect way to understand what our body composition is like. However, what we do know is that if our recovery is good, then we will gain muscular strength and size provided the training is significant enough to force that adaptation. One thing that we have noticed routinely with people looking to improve their body composition is that if the training intensity goes up, the appetite will also go up to match this. It is an example of appropriate hunger signaling. The reason is, our body wants to maintain homeostasis and be able to perform the work required by it as long as the nutrients are readily available to fuel this work and recovery. It is important to mention on a side note, you must pick one goal and stick to it, with that be to gain muscle and strength or lose fat. There will be times within your body composition journey that you will want to try and achieve both at the same time. This is certainly possible, but as you push to either end of the extreme, being too muscular or too lean, then you'll find that you generally have to match your dietary intake to have more food or less food dependent on your goals. A good coach such as Jonathan or Jerome will be able to explain to you how best to meet your goals. They will also provide you with accountability to stick to the plan that you have, and make objectives within your regime to maximize your physique outcomes. It might be helpful for readers to have objective measures to evaluate if they have or have not reached the goals. For example, they may have a body fat limit that they are comfortable being with, that be low or too high. For example, maintaining a body fat below around 8% might be too low for most people. However, having a body fat of above 15 to 20% might be too high for most people. There are health risks for people in either end of those ranges, so for the sake of argument it is unwise to be in either end of these ranges for a long period of time. We cannot give periods of time specifically, as each individual case is personal to their individual health status. However, there are markers in the blood to look out for if you have excess fat, such as fasting blood glucose and insulin HbA1c, or high inflammatory markers such as C-reactive protein. If the individual's body fat is too low, they may test with low testosterone or have subjective markers such as fatigue, low mood, etc. One key thing to mention is that we should always be optimizing our sleep hygiene. If this is not maintained through appropriate action, we may have subjective markers which would just improve had we made better lifestyle choices to improve sleep quality. Extreme muscle mass protocol. Sometimes we come across very thin clients that need to gain muscle mass for health reasons. Therefore, we have come up with a mass building protocol as a guide to help people that need a jump start. It is important to note here that if someone drastically increases their food intake, they will likely suffer ill effects. Be warned. Currently, there is no consensus as to how much protein is needed to build muscle. However, roughly 1.5-2 g of protein per kilogram seems to be a good starting point. Physically active people will of course be near the top end of that amount. If someone is significantly more active because of how laborsome their job is, the amount can go up even higher. At that point, we usually would recommend clients to just follow their appetite. If you are closer to 10% body fat, exercise 4+ times per week and have a very physically demanding job, we would suggest even up to around 3 g per kilogram. This hasn't happened yet, but there will always be outliers with individuality. Is lean mass amount factored in? Yes, because the average individual following this protocol, if male, will be between 10 and 20% body fat or 15 to 25% body fat, if female. The variance outside of this amount would be quite marginal. Regardless, the principle is to eat to your appetite every day without fail. That is whilst not ignoring fat and staying on top of your training performance and recovery. The less advanced trainer will not have to eat until full, as they have more opportunity for growth as a new lifter. Therefore, the less intensive approach would be appropriate. How much fat? To keep it simple, I would suggest taking your fat up to 1 g of protein to 1.5 g of fat. Do this slowly, over time. You may be eating this much fat already. In which case, increase it further to 1.75 g, then 2 g, etc. Be cautious that if you drop this lower, you're much more likely to suffer nutrient deficiencies and problems downstream. It is best to use protein and fat as simple levers. You will find that fat grams seem to serve muscle growth better if they are raised, once protein intake has been found as sufficient for muscular recovery. How much carbohydrate? As close to 0 g as possible. If following a zero-carb or carnivore diet, this will be easier to stick to. In the instance where someone isn't undertaking a carnivore diet, I suggest including some low-toxicity vegetables to reduce the negative impact from a rapid change to the gut microbiome. These might include sauerkraut, lettuce, cucumber, aubergine, mushrooms. However, individual responses will differ, so choose carefully. The microbiome, in case you didn't know, takes on and colonizates bacteria based on dietary intake and environmental factors. If you are going to have any plant matter, try to keep the total carbohydrate intake below 30 g if possible to reduce the instances of blood glucose derangement. Any carbohydrate that is consumed is recommended in the form of dairy, if tolerated, and trace amounts found in eggs, meat, etc. Splitting up meals further than the average 2 meals per day has been found effective to help people consume more food. Adding a glass of raw milk is also recommended in cases where someone is struggling to eat enough food, assuming their health status is otherwise good. This can be used to leverage insulin, which will in turn increase appetite. This isn't a health-first approach, but it is the most reasonable suggestion to make. For the average 80 kilograms, 176 pounds, man with 10 to 20% body fat, here's how that might work out. Protein, 120-160 g. Fat, 180-240 g. Carbohydrate, 0-30 g. Remember, these are guideline amounts of what we think is suitable for most people. We would strongly suggest a consultation with me, where we can sit down and go through your current diet, training, and other factors to work out a good start point. We would recommend following this sort of protocol on a very specific, case-by-case basis. We would highly advise not continuing this beyond the point where you are exceeding perhaps 20% body fat. If you wish to use this approach subtly but still reap the rewards, it could be used on training days only, alongside your baseline diet. We would advise doing this in the particular instance of someone training 2 times per week, or less. Extreme fat loss protocol. Oftentimes we are working with clients which have a set physique goal to hit in a specific time frame. Below, we have formulated a sensible dietary macronutrient intake for you to follow if you need some expedited fat loss. Who is a good candidate for this protocol? People between 10 and 20% body fat that are metabolically healthy, but want to drop body fat a little faster for a specific event, whilst doing it in a more conservative way. Currently, there is no consensus on the optimal level of daily protein intake in one's diet with regard to staying full. However, roughly 1.8 to 2.9 grams of protein per kilogram daily, or 0.82 to 1.32 grams of protein per pound, appears to provide substantial benefit on satiety. 1.8 g per kilogram for sedentary people and 2.9 g per kilogram for people that exercise intensely, frequently, 3+ times per week. If you are closer to 10% body fat, exercise 4 times per week and have a physically active job, we would suggest the 2.9 g per kilogram amount. Why hit the protein so high? Protein is the least efficient macronutrient to be transmuted into body fat, then carbohydrate, then fat. However, the amount for carbohydrate and fat is commonly misinterpreted because all fat that the body takes in must be stored before it is oxidized to create a unit of energy. This suggests that there is a lower likelihood of gaining fat taking in protein. Also, it activates peptide YY. This helps to blunt appetite as the body recognizes it has been fed sufficiently. This causes a double whammy effect to your fat loss efforts. When someone is performing such a fast fat loss intervention, adherence is very important. Therefore, protein intake is a lever you can increase at specific times. How much fat? To keep it simple, we would suggest taking your fat down no lower than half of your protein gram amount. Be cautious that if you drop this lower, you're much more likely to suffer nutrient deficiencies and problems downstream. How much carbohydrate? As close to 0 g as possible. If following a zero-carb or carnivore diet, this will be easier to stick to. In the instance where someone isn't undertaking a carnivore diet, we suggest including some low-toxicity vegetables to reduce the negative impact from a rapid change to the gut microbiome. These might include sauerkraut, lettuce, cucumber, aubergine, mushrooms. However, individual responses will differ, so choose carefully. The microbiome, in case you didn't know, takes on and colonizates bacteria based on dietary intake and environmental factors. If you are going to have any plant matter, try to keep the total carbohydrate intake below 30 g if possible to reduce the instances of blood glucose derangement. For the average 80 kilograms, 176 pounds, man with 10 to 20% body fat, here's how that might work out. Protein, 144-232 g. Fat, 72-116 g. Carbohydrate, 0-30 g. Remember, these are guideline amounts of what we think is suitable for most people. We would strongly suggest a consultation with me where we can sit down and go through your current diet, training, and other factors to work out a good start point. That's certainly the best option you have right now to reach your goals. We would recommend following this sort of protocol on a very specific, case-by-case basis. We would highly advise not continuing this beyond the 3-week mark at absolute most. If you wish to use this approach subtly but still reap the rewards, it could be used on 2 days per week alongside your baseline diet. We would advise doing so on days where you are least physically active with intense activity, or when you are busy working or doing errands. This will help improve your adherence to the diet, which is ultimately the objective to reach the goals you want. Meal timing, frequency, and strategies for pre- and post-workout nutrition. When it comes to pre-, intra-, and post-workout nutrition, we are of the belief that it is unnecessary for those of us trying to maximize the accrual of muscle tissue and minimize fat. In this case, nothing is needed. Outside of taking a small bottle of water to the gym and filling that up as required, nothing is essential. Some clients we have worked with have added Celtic sea salt or Redmond salt to their drinks during a workout, with some benefit. However, this is not a requirement, and we usually suggest that people drink water to thirst and salt to taste. When it comes to meals around the workout, it would be sensible to ensure that you are maximizing protein synthesis by having at least one meal a day, OMAD. This ensures that the nitrogen balance of the body remains positive, which is integral to gaining large amounts of muscle. As a trainer becomes more advanced, they may require more meals to supply the nutrition they need to perform in the gym. Although, this is not a firm rule. There are athletes such as Dr. Sean Baker who will typically consume OMAD and still maintain a great level of muscular development and physical performance. In this instance, if it isn't broken, don't try to fix it. Jonathan usually recommends people to experiment with meal timing around workouts to see what allows the trainer to perform and recover best. For Jonathan, he will typically train 3 to 4 times per week, consuming fairly similar amounts throughout that time. He doesn't stagger his food intake, as he tries to keep his diet consistent, or at least aligned with what his appetite is telling him at a given time. He will usually have a smaller meal before training in the morning, wait 60 to 90 minutes, hit the gym, then eat again 2 to 3 more times. However, he will do this only when he is hungry and his body is asking for food. Many bodybuilders experience digestive distress when they try to force feed, and this protocol is often short-lived. It is also usually at the cost of one's health, by impacting training performance, recovery, sleep and overall well-being. Trainers that exercise less frequently, perhaps 1 to 2 times per week, may notice that their appetite fluctuates. This is because the demand of their body to be supplied with energy substrate and building blocks of protein varies greatly between the days. In this case, they may eat slightly more before or during after their workout days, then consume less on the other days. Up to a point, we believe this will be effective for most trainers. As they become more advanced, they will likely have to become more consistent with hitting their nutrient targets all week long. This is because the body will try its best to maintain a homeostatic safe point of muscle and fat mass. As someone begins to achieve a fat-free mass or lean muscle mass that is significantly beyond the average, natural limit, they will have to pull more levers and be more meticulous to continue developing their body. When someone is aiming to lower body fat levels, appetite will begin to go up exponentially as they reach the shredded ripped state. This is where having a great coach can help you understand what to do next with your diet. As this occurs, it would be wise to play around with meal size and frequency to find what allows you to feel most satiated and perform best in the gym. On a side note, many people experience sleep disturbances prior to a bodybuilding competition when they are very lean. This is in most cases inevitable, but there are ways to reduce this occurrence. One method is to backload food later in the day, so that you are not going to bed on a completely empty stomach. Another method, although contraindicated for digestive health, is to drink large volumes of water with meals. Practice this approach with caution, as it will negatively affect your hunger signals if you abuse this method. It effectively causes your stomach to stretch and expand via the mechanoreceptors, stretch receptors, and means that future boluses of food will have to be just as large in order to hit satiety. This method should ideally only be used as a last port of call as someone approaches the shredded state of physical conditioning. There are many different perspectives on meal frequency in the carnivore diet. Jonathan typically finds most people settle at around 2 MAD. Above all, before focusing at all on meal timing and frequency, it is critical to meet the food mass requirement of your body over a set period of time. The more regular and routine this becomes, the better a trainer is able to leverage intakes to help them meet their body composition goals. Essentially, this entails the logic of quality over quantity. As a trainer progresses, they can begin to manipulate variables such as meal frequency and timing around training to see what works best for them. The fable's anabolic window begins the moment you stop training and the moment before you commence training again. Building muscle is an ongoing process that takes time. So do not pay any attention to people spouting that you should consume whey protein immediately after your last set in the gym. There will always be subjectivity to meal frequency and timing. It is important to question if something is sustainable, achievable, and able to fit in your schedule. Jonathan often notices some major pitfalls in people he consults with online, which will be listed below. Using macronutrient ratios or percentages or calories as a metric of food intake. This isn't specific and doesn't supply a coach with any real information of utility. Tracking using good grams with a trusty scale and using a sensible nutrition tracking app can also be useful. Although these methods aren't essential, people often have poor relationships with food, leading to delusions about how little they are actually consuming on a given day. Inconsistent food intakes and binge eating. This is extremely common and makes it hard for a coach to underpin what someone is eating on average over a set period of time. We believe that if we can measure something, it can be managed. The same thing applies with creating a business plan. Without clear, measured goals and irrational business expenses, it will be hard to understand what tactics are useful or not. Specifically fasting for set periods of time. This limits the probability of someone being able to build large amounts of muscle. The reason being, they don't listen to their body and allow the adaptive mechanisms to take place by relying on a timer rather than instinct. Timing your meals might impact your digestion and mood after eating. Forcing yourself to eat when you aren't hungry, or fasting when you are hungry can be negative stressors to the body. You will be fat adapted and most likely be fine, but the chances are you can go down a slippery slope by not following your instincts. Not sticking to a plan. Clients often change goals and plans ad libitum, which derails progress very quickly. The goals set have to be concrete and well thought out. They have to be met with clear objectives that can be reached through diet, recovery, and exercise interventions. How to measure food intake. We touched earlier on measuring food intake. However, the best way to track food intake is to track food intake. Counting calories is always going to be a less effective and less accurate method. For example, if you consistently eat the following each day: 500 g 80% lean ground beef, 4 whole eggs, 50 g butter, 50 g cheddar cheese, you can be rest assured that you have consumed that each day. Unfortunately, the global food system has grossly misinformed people by using calories as a metric to work out how much food we are eating. This has been done deliberately to support the processed food sold, which is high profit, low cost to the producers. These foods have a long shelf life, are addictive, and supply very little to no valid biological nutritional value outside of energy substrate. The average consumer will believe that 100 calories of a chocolate bar will create the same effect on body composition as 100 calories from a boiled egg. However, one of these foods will drastically increase blood glucose, therefore blood insulin levels, therefore be more probable to be stored as body fat. That same food will also be void of most nutrients and not satiate the consumer. The other food will be one of the most satiating foods on the planet and supply the body with all the vitamins it needs to function. Now, we aren't telling people to just eat eggs. However, we are saying that this argument alone completely debunks the calories in, calories out dogma that people have been proposing for decades. It is also known as the energy balance model. We will list some other pitfalls of counting calories below. Legislation in most countries allows a variance of plus or minus 20% of the labeled food calories. Basically, processed food manufacturers can be off by as much as 40%. The body takes in food mass, converts it into chemical energy, which then yields mass in the form of body fat, muscle mass gain or loss. The body does not take in energy, which calories are a unit of. The physics here clearly don't make sense. Food calories are measured using a combustion chamber which is isolated from the outside world. This means it doesn't equate to what the body does with the food the same way. We have the thermic effect of food, TEF, hormones such as insulin, nutrient partitioning into fat vs muscle, temperature amongst other things. Anecdotally, we have all seen people consume large amounts of labeled food calories yet lost weight. On the flip side, we have seen the reverse happen. With this in mind, the idea of a calorie calculator being able to tell us how much we should eat to gain or lose fat is wildly inaccurate. So now this has been covered, what are we proposing here? Well, we recently came across some scientific papers which highlight what's now known as the mass balance model. This has effectively documented that amongst a vast array of studies, this predictor of body composition and weight is best determined by identifying the macronutrient mass grams taken in. This means the measurement of around 17 g of protein and 20 g of fat in 100 g of raw ground beef, 80% lean, is a more accurate measurement than calories. Also, as this food is in its whole, unadulterated form, we can ensure that this macronutrient gram amount is more accurate than the guesses of food manufacturers. We are advocating for a whole food-based diet consisting of animal foods, to the highest degree that's possible for you. Bodybuilders have been tracking this way for decades. In fact, no top guru or coach worth their weight is working out an athlete's dietary intake by measuring their caloric intake. What they are doing, in all cases, is setting diet plans for their athletes which consist mostly of whole foods with cooked, raw weights that must be consumed for each meal. From there, they can manipulate their diet by adding or subtracting food grams from the meals as required. Jonathan would speculate that the main reason why low-level coaches advocate calorie counting is to appeal to the masses. Using calorie counting allows clients to consume Pop-Tarts and peanut butter and gives them the false sense that they are hitting their targets. We know, based on our explanation earlier about chocolate bars and eggs, that these foods do not equal the same result. As Jerome always says, we must raise our standards. If you want to achieve the best results, find the right goals, metrics, dietary choices, training, and recovery routine. We both want the best for the readers of this book. This is why we are putting it all on the table in plain sight to help you. Why are calorie intakes not mentioned anywhere in this book? We can't explain enough how important it is to use the correct tools if we are measuring our food intake. So for this reason, we will debunk the calories in calories out argument in even more detail, again. Many people think that weight management is simply a matter of balancing the calories we eat and the calories we burn. This is called the energy balance theory, EBT. However, it has been shown in recent papers that this theory does not match the reality of how our bodies work. There is a proposed different way of looking at weight management, called the mass balance model, MBM. This model takes into account the different types of tissues in our body, such as fat and muscle, and how they affect our metabolism and appetite. Recent simulations show that this model can predict weight changes much more accurately than the EBT. In practice, this matches best with what Jerome and Jonathan preach to clients, and has had much more of a positive effect on body composition. The mass balance model of obesity is a theoretical framework that explains the weight loss and gain dynamics in humans as a function of energy intake, energy expenditure, and the energy content of body tissues. It takes into account the fact that body weight is composed of different types of tissues, such as fat, lean mass, and water, each with different energy densities and metabolic rates. It also considers the feedback mechanisms that regulate appetite and energy expenditure in response to changes in body composition and environmental factors. The calories in calories out model, on the other hand, is a simplified approach that assumes that body weight changes are proportional to the difference between energy intake and energy expenditure. It does not account for the variations in body composition, metabolic adaptation, hormonal regulation, or individual differences in energy balance. It implies that dietary regimens with identical energy content should evoke similar amounts of weight and fat loss, regardless of their macronutrient composition or other factors. The mass balance model is a better determinant of body composition than the calories in calories out model, because it provides a more realistic and comprehensive explanation of the factors that influence weight loss and gain. It can account for the nonlinear and dynamic nature of weight changes, as well as the individual variability in response to different dietary interventions. It can also help design more effective strategies for obesity prevention and treatment, by identifying the optimal combination of energy intake, expenditure, and macronutrient composition for each person. Adding to this point, calorie trackers were introduced in the US in 1973 when food labels started adding calorie amounts. This would also include macronutrients with some vitamins and minerals. The concept seems sensible at first glance: calories in, calories out, eat less, exercise more. However, how many times have we seen our friends and family in a calorie deficit, but not lose body fat to an equal amount of the calories reduced? Supposedly 3,500 calories are in a pound of fat. Actually, it's 4,086. Simply put, for 54 g equals 1 pound, for 54 by 9 calories equals 4,086. Many supposed experts claim that the 586 less calorie amount of 3,500 is due to the water content of the fat we store. By default, it is very obvious this isn't true, or we would say to lose 1 pound of excess body weight, we would create a 3,500 calorie deficit. Adding to this, legislation in most countries dictates a 20% plus / margin of error for the calorie amounts on food labels. Hardly an accurate measurement. Next, people believe there is 4 kilocalories per gram of protein and carbohydrate. False. Protein has a much higher thermic effect, 20 to 30%, compared to carbs, 5 to 10%, and fat, 0 to 3%. Therefore, this throws the 4, and 9 calorie per gram principle out of the window. further adding insult to injury to proponents of the sicko model. People often tell us that it's not perfect, but it's a measurement we have. It is one measurement of a different currency, so that idea falls flat on its face immediately. Calories are a measurement of heat. The problem is that calories are measured using a closed thermodynamic system. Humans have an open thermodynamic system. We lose heat, we have counteracting hormones that affect nutrient partitioning, fat vs muscle, etc. The body uses ATP as its energy currency. It cannot and never absorb calories. Jonathan often makes the claim that consuming calories is like putting chocolate milk into a car and expecting it to run. It just won't. Not ever. We even took a look at the usability of animal versus plant foods, and how the saturation level of fats altered caloric amount in a bomb calorimeter. See below. As you can see in the tables above, the 9 calories per gram paradigm simply does not compute. For a more detailed look around this topic, the table above can be found very easily by typing the table name into your internet search engine. So why do we track food intake? Tracking your food intake and macronutrient grams can be beneficial if you're shooting for certain health goals, such as attempting to reach a weight loss goal, ensuring that you are not undereating or making big gains in the gym. It helps you remain mindful of what you eat because you have to log it. Also, it provides you with a better understanding of your current eating habits. With all this in mind, people looking to go into any extreme of body composition, whether it be to gain large amounts of muscle or very low amounts of body fat, we recommend the following. Track your food intake, whether it be raw or cooked, be consistent, see how that affects body composition, then adjust protein or fat, or both as needed. What changes our body composition? Mass deficit. We all know that consuming less food over time is a key to losing body fat. That's where the mass balance model comes in. It's basically about adjusting your macronutrient grams to either gain or lose weight. We believe it's a more effective way to predict changes in body composition and weight compared to the traditional calories in versus calories out model, which has its flaws. The most crucial factor in your fat loss journey is how deep your food deficit is. We're talking about around 85 to 90% of your fat loss results being tied to the extent of your food deficit. Now, how do you determine that deficit? Here are a couple of methods. Track your macros, keep tabs on your macronutrient intake, and adjust your carbs, fats, and sometimes protein, depending on your goals. Use a food scale. This is a handy tool to establish a baseline and figure out the amount of food that helps you maintain your current weight. From there, you can adjust your intake as needed to reach your desired goals. However, we do want to bring up a point to think about critically. The mass balance model doesn't consider the carbohydrate insulin model, which means it doesn't account for the effects of insulin on fat storage, water retention, and inflammation. We speculate that, for most people over the long term, about 20% of their weight changes could be influenced by the carbohydrate insulin model, rather than just the mass balance model. Keep in mind that this might vary for people with metabolic issues, as lower insulin sensitivity could lead to more fat storage compared to their macronutrient intake. Adequate protein. Now, let's talk about the role of protein in your journey. It's essential for preserving muscle mass and sustaining your energy during workouts. For most folks, we recommend aiming for about 1.5-2 g of protein per kilogram of fat-free mass. However, if your fat intake is low, or you're engaged in high-intensity activities, you might need more protein. One interesting thing about protein is its higher thermic effect, meaning it takes more energy to digest and metabolize compared to carbs or fats. This can actually impact your fat loss results, even though all three macronutrients have the same amount of labeled food calories. High-protein diets also help protect your muscle mass during weight loss, ensuring that a greater percentage of the weight you lose comes from fat stores. Now, we've personally experimented with consuming as much as 550 g of protein for 9 months straight, getting contest-ready in bodybuilding. However, we did notice lower energy levels during this time because the excess protein was being converted into glucose through gluconeogenesis. We believe that a more steady energy source, like dietary fat, might have provided better results, including less inflammation, lower glycation, and improved digestion. Sustainability. Sustainability is key to any diet plan. We always stress the importance of setting realistic goals within a reasonable time frame. If you're aiming to lose 10 pounds in 1 month, your dietary approach will differ from someone looking to achieve the same weight loss over 4 months. The tools and methods we use might vary, but one common factor is that food intake needs to be reduced. Now, there are exceptions to this rule. If you're already consuming a low amount of food, we might consider a short reverse diet to boost your metabolism. After that, we can focus on using physical activity, like resistance training, walks, and sprints, to further your fat loss journey. We should also mention the challenges of diets with significant carbohydrate content, as they can be tough to stick to and may not be as healthful. Those big spikes in blood glucose aren't ideal for most people. That's why we often recommend building a sustainable approach, ideally centered around animal protein and fat, which can promote long-term adherence and success. Meal timing is often misunderstood but can be crucial. If you're watching this, you might be aiming to go from an average body fat percentage, 15% for males and 25% for females, to contest-ready shape, or close to it. Maintaining very low body fat year-round is tough, especially for bodybuilders who constantly push their muscle levels while trying to stay extremely lean. However, we believe that focusing on building muscle first and then transitioning to a fat loss phase is a more efficient strategy. As you get closer to contest shape, you'll need to micromanage your dietary intake. Variables like meal frequency, timing, meal size, and how close your last meal is to bedtime will become critical. Keep in mind that the right meal plan for you is the one that provides the most energy for exercise, keeps your mood and disposition up, and helps you reach your fat loss goals. Many people use intermittent fasting to regulate meal timing and hunger throughout the day, but it's important to note that some individuals may end up binging during the feasting period. Macronutrient cycling. Finally, let's discuss macronutrient cycling. Bodybuilders have been using this technique for decades. It involves periodically adjusting specific macronutrients to change your body composition. This can be a powerful tool for achieving rapid fat loss, even if it means dealing with a bit more hunger on certain days. The effectiveness of macronutrient cycling depends on where you are in your fat loss journey. We believe something like a protein-sparing modified fast, used up to 2 times per week, can be effective. This approach drastically reduces your fat and carbohydrate intake if you consume them, freeing up stored body fat for energy. It works, but we do want to caution you. Prolonged use may lead to decreased training performance and potential negative impacts on your well-being, sleep quality, and overall health. How much salt electrolytes do we need? Hopefully what we just mentioned provides a straightforward answer. Basically, it just depends. Listen to your body and the signals you get from your sense of taste. To expand on this, the salt we take in on Monday will be different, as per our requirement, on Tuesday. What we do each day, how much we sweat, how stressed our body is, all sorts of factors can come into play here. To clarify, imagine you are sweating whilst doing an intense workout, you are losing both sodium and water through perspiration. Therefore, the requirement in your body at that particular time will be higher. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to pound a ton of salty water when you work out, but you should consider your hydration around the days and times you know you are performing exercise most. We will say that our sodium intake was far higher in years past. It's only that the excessive carbohydrate intakes we are generally consuming are masking the issue, as we are now consuming less salt when the general population would in fact need more to regulate the electrolyte balance. It might be fair to say that salt has been demonized for the actions of carbohydrates in our diets. Too little sodium can actually cause kidney damage. This is because it forces the organ to have to hold onto more sodium via the upregulation of antidiuretic hormones. This is a stressor on the body that might not be well tolerated by us. This can cause downstream effects which would then lead to even more issues. Many people following a ketogenic or carnivorous diet, omitting major sources of carbohydrates, will find their thirst and desire for salt is typically less. Again, we should be relying on biofeedback to adjust as we go and let our bodies put our bodies back into equilibrium. It is true that drinking more water will increase the amount of sodium we need. My recommendations for salt are a pure rock salt with no additives, anti-caking agents, etc. A well-analyzed, correctly mined salt is produced by Redmond Real Salt from the US. This isn't medical advice, so seek help for your healthcare professional, but have an experiment. Try reducing your carbohydrate intake if you're on a standard Western diet by half for a couple of weeks. Measure your blood pressure if you have the ability, and you'll notice that if it was already high, it will begin to lower. If you're going to do this, be cautious if you're on blood pressure medication. It might be that you need to reduce the amount you take, but consult with your doctor. Just to touch on electrolyte powders and supplements of that nature, some people do see a benefit from incorporating those and taurine when adjusting to a species-specific diet. The taurine especially would be useful as it can help regulate your digestion, electrolyte balance, and a number of other things. I recommend this more so to people who aren't consuming at least a pound of meat per day. This is a general figure, so if you're larger you might want to scale that up a bit. The aim eventually, when you have completed the adjustment phase, is to not need any additional electrolytes such as magnesium or potassium. It is however efficacious to use sodium from a rock salt like the one I mentioned. I'll rehash my point that I'm not saying to salt liberally, which might spoil your meal, but salt enough to satisfy your hunger signals. To start off, let's talk about a belief that has been circulating for a few years now. Some people claim that consuming too much salt can lead to health issues like high blood pressure, and they suggest reducing our salt intake. However, we have a different perspective on this. We believe blindly following this belief can be risky. It's interesting how often we tend to go to extremes when it comes to our viewpoints. Now, let's explore the truth about salt and its impact on our health, particularly in relation to blood pressure. We all know that when we consume a lot of salt, we tend to feel thirsty and drink more water. This connection between salt and water is apparent. Additionally, having a high fluid volume in our veins can increase blood pressure. Another thing to consider is that consuming more water leads to increased urine output. These observations indicate that our bodies have a remarkable ability to adapt to our sodium intake. If salt were truly a major issue, why would our bodies have such a well-regulated mechanism to eliminate excess salt? In scientific literature, it is well established that fructose and other forms of sugar can directly elevate blood pressure. Some experts even believe that sugar is the primary cause of hypertension. It's important to note that no cause and effect studies have proven a direct link between sodium intake and blood pressure. Interestingly, we have actually reduced our salt intake in recent years, yet our overall health outcomes have worsened significantly. From this, one could speculate that salt may not be the main driver of health problems. On the other hand, excessive carbohydrate intake can strain our metabolism, requiring more vitamin B1, thiamine, and magnesium. Next, let's consider the effect of our diet on insulin levels. When we consume a balanced human diet, particularly one low in carbohydrates, we reduce our insulin load. This reduction in insulin leads to less water retention in our bodies, resulting in reduced stress on our internal organs and a lower likelihood of elevated blood pressure. At best, reducing our salt intake may only lead to a slight decrease in blood pressure. Therefore, it is irrational to view salt as the primary cause of these issues. In fact, insufficient salt can impair digestion, as chloride is necessary to help break down and acidify our food. Insufficient salt can also affect our adrenal hormones and lead to higher levels of uric acid, potentially causing conditions like gout. We have recently noticed that the recommended daily allowance for potassium is increasing gradually. This change is an attempt to compensate for the depletion of naturally occurring minerals in our food due to excessive processing and cooking. Regarding the role of sugar in our diet, it's worth noting that consuming more carbohydrates increases our need for sodium. In contrast, those following a carnivorous or ketogenic diet may require less salt since they don't rely on storing carbohydrates as glycogen. However, it's important to clarify that I'm advocating for a reduction in salt intake in these dietary protocols, not complete elimination. Our salt requirement is determined by various factors such as genetics, activities, environment, and the amount of carbohydrates we consume. More dietary glucose necessitates more sodium for storage, which in turn requires a dysregulated amount of insulin. Clearly, excessive carbohydrate intake forces our bodies to rely heavily on homeostatic mechanisms as a fallback. Although our bodies are incredibly adaptive, we are pushing them into a corner with our dietary deviations from what is optimal for our species. After 3.5 million years of adaptation, the human body is quite clever, believe it or not. Our genetics have evolved to suit our environment, terrain, and overall way of life. We have receptors in our bodies that recognize what we ingest and send signals to our brains, indicating whether we need more or less salt. So, how much salt do we need? Well, it depends. Listen to your body and find out. 3. Meal planning, cooking, and recipes. The carnivore diet can present some challenges, especially when you're dining out or on the go. In places like England, finding carnivore-friendly options might take a bit of extra effort. But fear not, with the right approach and a few helpful tips, you can easily navigate these situations while sticking to your unique dietary preferences. Meanwhile, in the United States, things tend to be a bit more accommodating, but it's always good to have some tricks up your sleeve for maintaining your carnivore diet while you're out and about. 1. Choose the right restaurant. When picking a place to eat, opt for steakhouses over places with complex menus. Steakhouses usually offer a variety of carnivore-friendly options, so you can enjoy a delicious, perfectly grilled piece of meat just the way you like it. Sometimes, even Japanese restaurants can cater to your needs and provide carnivore-style meals. Keep your eyes peeled, as you might be surprised at how willing these restaurants are to accommodate you. 2. Communicate your dietary needs. Don't be shy about sharing your dietary requirements with the skilled chefs at the restaurant. Simply ask for simple cooking methods, like using butter or animal fats instead of other oils or sauces. Clear communication ensures your meal aligns with your carnivore diet. 3. Explore complementary sides. Many restaurants focus on side dishes that don't quite fit your carnivorous goals, but don't disregard them completely. Seek out sides like bacon, eggs, or veggies cooked in animal fats to enhance your meal. These additions bring extra variety and flavor to complement your meat-centric plate. 4. Be prepared for road trips. When you're hitting the road, proactive preparation is key. Pack a cooler with pre-cooked carnivore-friendly options like hard-boiled eggs, crispy bacon, or grilled chicken. These portable snacks will be your lifesavers when hunger strikes while traveling. Also, consider bringing small amounts of your preferred salt and spices for seasoning roadside meats or purchases along the way. 5. Make fast food adjustments. In situations where time is limited and fast food is your only option, you can still make adjustments to suit your carnivore diet. Order a burger without the bun and skip the sugary sauces or unwanted extras. Instead, go for extra bacon or cheese to up the protein content. Whenever possible, choose fast food chains known for using higher quality ingredients. In England, ordering 2 triple cheeseburgers without the bun and extra decorations has proven very successful for some, allowing them to enjoy road meals without compromising their diet. 6. Accommodate diverse dietary preferences. In social dining situations, it can be tough to find venues that cater to various dietary preferences. Look for restaurants that offer a range of options, including carnivore-friendly dishes alongside vegetarian or vegan choices. This way, everyone in the group can find a satisfying meal, reducing any potential awkwardness while accommodating your needs. Remember, we've all been there, trying to feel comfortable with our way of eating, so help others by considering their preferences too. 7. Embrace confidence. Lastly, be confident in expressing and sticking to your carnivore lifestyle. Whether you are ordering from a menu or discussing your dietary choices with friends, clear and assertive communication is key. By confidently conveying your requirements and preferences, you foster understanding and minimize any potential misunderstandings or discomfort. Useful carnivore recipes. We believe that the carnivore diet is by default not a visually appealing way to get food in. Meat, eggs, some cheese perhaps, it all looks the same. As carnivore bodybuilders, we eat for function and train with purpose. We have come up with a small sample of recipes we think are useful for people trying to pack in more food or cut fat based on goals. Jonathan is currently pushing the boundaries to find out what degree of muscular development is possible on the carnivore diet. He is meticulously working with clients to produce the best physique outcomes. With this in mind, expect a comprehensive carnivore bodybuilding recipe book in the near future. Jonathan's carnivore egg pasta. Here's a carnivore-friendly recipe for egg pasta using measured amounts in grams. Ingredients: 3 large eggs, about 150 g. Salt, to taste. 30 g Parmesan cheese, grated. Instructions: 1. In a mixing bowl, crack the eggs and whisk them together until well combined. 2. Season the whisked eggs with desired amount of salt for taste. 3. Heat a non-stick frying pan over medium heat and pour the whisked eggs into the pan. 4. Tilt the pan to evenly spread the eggs and cook until the egg pancake is set, for about 30 to 60 seconds. 5. Carefully flip the pancake to cook the other side for an additional few seconds until fully cooked and lightly golden. 6. Remove the pancake from the heat and allow it to cool slightly. 7. Once the pancake has cooled enough to handle, roll it up tightly like a tube. 8. Using a sharp knife, cut the rolled up pancake into thin strips or pasta pieces about 1/2 centimeter wide. 9. Unroll the pasta strips and set them aside for a moment. 10. In a separate pot of boiling salted water, cook the pasta pieces for just about 1 to 2 minutes until they are al dente. 11. Drain the cooked pasta pieces and transfer them to a serving plate. 12. Sprinkle the grated Parmesan cheese over the pasta pieces to add flavor and toss gently to coat. 13. Serve the carnivore-friendly Parmesan egg pasta immediately. Macronutrient value for the entire recipe. Protein, 30g carbohydrate, 3g fats, 23g. Enjoy your low-carb egg pasta that is both delicious and suitable for a carnivore diet. Adjust the serving size and measurements as needed. Jonathan's Cheesy Beef Bowl. Here is a recipe suitable for fat loss on the carnivore diet that incorporates single cream, Parmesan cheese, and ground beef. There is no picture added for this, as we imagine you guys know what beef and cheese looks like. Ingredients. 300 grams ground beef, 90% lean. 50 grams Parmesan cheese, grated. 50 grams single cream. Salt and pepper to taste. Instructions. 1. In a large skillet or frying pan, cook the ground beef over medium heat until it is fully cooked and browned. 2. Once the beef is cooked, drain any excess fat if desired. 3. Reduce the heat to low and add the single cream to the pan. Stir well to combine it with the ground beef. 4. Sprinkle in the grated Parmesan cheese and continue to stir until the cheese has melted and is well incorporated. 5. Season the mixture with salt and pepper to taste, and continue to cook for another 2 to 3 minutes to allow the flavors to meld together. 6. Remove from heat and serve the delicious and creamy ground beef mixture. Optional, you can also add some herbs and spices like garlic powder, onion powder, or dried herbs like oregano or basil to enhance the flavor according to your preferences. Macronutrient value for the entire recipe. Protein, 79g carbohydrate, 3g fats, 52g. This recipe is low in carbohydrates and high in protein and fat, making it suitable for the carnivore diet while supporting fat loss goals. If you want to increase the fat intake to support muscle growth and energy, we recommend using butter and heavy cream instead of single cream. You can also choose fattier ground beef. Enjoy your flavorful and satisfying meal. Jonathan's Carnivore Protein Slushy. Here's a recipe for carnivore protein slushy that includes whey protein, egg, raw milk, and ice. It makes for a great snack after the gym, or even during the day sometimes to help nourish yourself with lots of the anabolic amino acid leucine from dairy. Ingredients. 50 grams whey protein powder. 1 large egg, about 50 grams. 150 grams raw milk. 100 grams ice cubes. Instructions. 1. In a blender, combine the whey protein powder, egg, raw milk, and ice cubes. 2. Blend the mixture on high speed for about 20 to 30 seconds, until all ingredients are well combined and a slushy texture forms. 3. Pour the slushy into serving glasses or bowls. 4. Serve immediately and enjoy your refreshing carnivore protein slushy with the added texture from the ice. Macronutrient value for the entire recipe. Protein, 49g carbohydrate, 10g fats, 13g. Remember to prioritize food safety by using fresh, high-quality ingredients, especially when working with raw milk and eggs. You can increase the amount of whey protein or ice to change texture and flavor profiles as per your preferences. Enjoy your protein-packed slushy. Jonathan's Carnivore Cake. Here's a unique carnivore cake recipe that Jonathan invented to help him pack more food in. It involves eggs, single cream, whey and butter. It is a great way for healthy carnivores to get more fat and protein in, especially on the go when they are unable to cook a meal. Ingredients. 80g whey protein, other protein powders do not work as well. 3 large eggs, about 150g total. 60g single cream. Asterisk, 200 g butter, salted or unsalted based on preference. 1. Melt the butter until soft in the microwave for 90 seconds, or in a saucepan for a few minutes. 2. Pour into a silicone mold or tin, then leave to cool for 5 minutes. 3. Add the single cream to the mixture and stir. 4. Add the 3 whole eggs to the mixture and stir. 5. Add the whey protein to the mixture and stir. 6. Bake in the air fryer for 16 minutes at 160 degrees Celsius. Adjust accordingly if using a standard oven. 7. The dessert is ready to serve after it has cooled completely. It will stay in the fridge for up to 3 days in a sealed container. The macronutrient content for the recipe above is: protein, 83 g, carbohydrate, 7 g, fat, 194 g. Jonathan's Carnivore Protein Butter Bites. Here's a recipe for carnivore protein butter bites using whey protein, butter, and heavy cream. Jonathan invented these as a necessity for carnivore bodybuilders that require a large food intake to support their training level. There are a number of variations that can be used for this, and it is suggested to leverage the butter amount for a softer texture. More cream will result in a harder texture. The below quantities are in grams for each ingredient. Ingredients: asterisk, 50 grams whey protein powder. Asterisk, 200 grams butter, unsalted. Asterisk, 50 grams heavy cream. Asterisk, small amounts of sweetener can be used for palatability, optional. Instructions: 1. In a microwave-safe bowl, melt the butter until completely liquid. 2. When the liquid has cooled substantially, gradually pour in the heavy cream. Continue mixing until you have a smooth and creamy mixture. 3. Add the whey protein powder to the melted butter and mix well until there are no lumps. 4. Line a small baking dish or container, approximately 15 by 15 centimeters, with parchment paper. You can also use silicone molds to create interesting shapes. 5. Pour the mixture into the prepared dish and spread it evenly. 6. Place the dish in the refrigerator for at least 2 hours, or until the mixture is firm and set. 7. Once the mixture is firm, remove it from the dish and cut it into bite-sized squares or bars. 8. Store the protein butter bites in an airtight container in the refrigerator for up to 1 week. They can also be stored and eaten frozen, but they may be a bit too difficult for some people to chew. Macronutrient value for the entire recipe: protein, 41 g, carbohydrate, 4 g, fats, 183 g. These protein butter bites are a rich and delicious carnivore-friendly snack, perfect for whenever you need a protein and fat boost. Enjoy! Cooking methods and sourcing. Let's talk about cooking meat and what we think is best for a fellow carnivore bodybuilder. Here are some of the pros and cons of different ways to cook meat. Grilling. Pros: 1. Grilling makes meat flavorful and browned. 2. Excess fat drips away when grilling, resulting in lower fat content. 3. Grilling retains the nutrients found in meat. Cons: 1. High-temperature grilling can produce potentially harmful substances. 2. Cooking meat over an open flame can also create potentially harmful compounds. 3. Sometimes grilling can make meat dry and tough. Roasting or baking. Pros: 1. Roasting or baking meat at lower temperatures makes it tender and juicy. 2. Roasting retains the nutrients found in meat. 3. The slower cooking process enhances the natural flavors of meat. Cons: 1. Roasting may not give the same attractive browning as grilling. 2. It takes longer to cook meat through roasting. 3. Without proper moisture or overcooking, meat can become dry when roasted. Sous vide. Pros: 1. Sous vide cooking allows precise temperature control. 2. It helps maintain moisture in the meat, keeping it tender and juicy. 3. Sous vide can enhance the flavors of the meat. Cons: 1. Sous vide cooking takes a longer time. 2. It doesn't give the same browning effect as other methods. 3. The texture of sous vide cooked meat may be different from traditional methods. Remember, these pros and cons can vary based on specific cooking techniques, equipment, and personal preferences. On a side note, we believe that different cooking methods are more useful in specific circumstances. If someone has an issue with digestion, it may be sensible to leave the inside of a beef steak slightly raw. This will reduce some of the loss of the amino acid taurine, which is very useful for maintaining gastric pH and digestive function. In contrast, if someone has issues with palatability, it may be wise to consume more slow-cooked meats which are softer, more tender, and therefore easier to chew. There is currently no evidence to suggest if raw vs cooked meat is better for long-term physique or health outcomes. However, Jonathan has noticed in his experience that people that consume more raw meats tend to be underweight and suffer with anxiety. This is purely based on speculation and could just be happenstance. For now, the information available right now doesn't give us much indication of what is truly the best option. Which meat should we buy? It is our opinion that meat is best purchased as fresh as possible, being organic and grass-fed if a person can reasonably afford it. Fresher meat will usually be richer in taurine, some vitamins, and have a lower level of histamine contained within. There is some indication that a small minority of carnivores have issues with clearing histamine from the body, in which case we advise people to purchase the freshest meat they can afford. Otherwise, store-bought meat is a viable option and will yield better results compared to anyone following the standard Western diet. The same is true for most animal foods. It seems that most people following a carnivore diet with around 80% of their total food mass coming from ruminant meat seems to be helpful. Things like dairy, eggs, and fish are also on the menu. There are, however, some important things to mention for each. Dairy is well tolerated by perhaps 1/4 of the global population. However, it is still a potential issue for even that subset of people. In which case, buying raw dairy is a better alternative. Usually, bodybuilders looking to reduce body fat as quickly as possible will remove most dairy sources due to the insulinogenic effect it can possess. There are two components to this that come to mind. 1. The amino acid leucine, which is insulinogenic by nature. 2. Lactose, which is a sugar, will increase blood glucose levels for many people. In this case, trainers struggling to lose the last bit of subcutaneous, under the skin, body fat would probably eliminate the intake of these products. Eggs are less likely to be problematic, with around 1% of the global population experiencing issues with these. It is usually the egg white which causes people issues. However, this is grossly overstated by the carnivore community and very few people are actually intolerant to eggs. Eggs are effectively a whole, pre-animal, and therefore contain everything the body needs. However, due to the lower levels of many minerals, they should not form the main portion of the diet. Many bodybuilders of the golden era, such as Vince Gironda, would supplement their diet with eggs for their anabolic properties that promote healing, such as cholesterol, vitamins, and iron. Fish can sometimes be a staple as part of a carnivore diet. They are rich in omega-3 fatty acids, taurine, and a number of useful trace minerals which support good health. However, good quality fish is often hard to source in many parts of the world. The fat contained within these can quickly become rancid and oxidize if the food is tinned or left out in heat for too long. There are currently no global standards which measure the aldehyde levels contained with fish or fish products, so it is wise to source these foods carefully. Aldehydes and other byproducts such as mercury in these foods can become toxic and disrupt mitochondrial function. You will quickly know if you have sourced bad quality fish, as the side effects can rapidly build up and result in headaches, nausea, and overall negative health consequences. We would advise becoming friends with your nearest fisherman, if that is at all possible. 4. Training for bodybuilders. Introduction. We assume most people who purchase this book are already on a ketogenic or carnivore diet and want to read about the training. Diet will be the biggest contributing factor to your long-term physique transformation, so it will be covered at length later. However, most people want to talk about training, so we'll start there. The goal of training is to safely, effectively, and efficiently load targeted musculature using precise equipment and movements, as to stimulate the compensatory mechanism of muscular hypertrophy and its associated benefits. In layman's terms, you lift weights to build muscle and that will come with other benefits. Exercise is a physical stress that is imposed on the body. If you give it enough time and resources, the body will overcompensate in case it is faced with such a threat again. For your workouts to be maximally productive, they literally must pose some physical threat to your survival, so there is an impetus for change. In the introduction, we mentioned that high volume and frequency is the conventional training protocol of bodybuilders. While this has produced a number of incredible physiques, there's also what Doug McGuff calls the invisible graveyard. It's estimated that only about 30% of the US population regularly engages in some strength training, lifting weights, calisthenics, water aerobics. Exercise researcher Stu Phillips said on the Corporate Warrior podcast, he estimates only 8% of the population regularly performs resistance training. We are willing to bet that the number of Americans who have tried lifting weights is significantly higher, and that the majority of people who haven't stuck with it either feel like they don't have the time or haven't seen the results they expected. So while high-volume, high-frequency training has definitely worked for some, it has failed many more than it has helped. Which brings us to the issue of genetics. While we are all nearly genetically identical, the slight differences in our genes allow for a wide degree of expression in some traits. Height and skin color are two of the most easily observable. There's a whole spectrum of height with short people on one side and extremely tall individuals on the other, with most people being between 5 to 6 feet tall, 152 to 182 centimeters. Similarly, skin color exists on a spectrum where some people have extremely fair skin, most individuals have a medium complexion, and some individuals are extremely dark. When it comes to the expression of above normal levels of muscle mass, it's far more subtle. A few individuals will be heavily muscled despite never engaging in any resistance training or without paying attention to diet. Most people have average physiques, and some people are painfully thin or lacking in musculature. This issue is confounded by the fact most of the population doesn't perform any strength training. Another confounding variable is selection bias, the idea that individuals with a genetic predisposition in some traits are more likely to seek out certain activities. Your chances of being a professional basketball player are far lower if you're under 6 feet, 182 centimeters, tall. Similarly, people who are born with above normal levels of muscle mass, or those with the genetic gifts to respond well to almost any form of activity are more likely to engage in and keep up with strength training. We'd like to believe as people that the body chooses the activity, but in a lot of ways the activity chooses the body. So if only a small subset of the population engages in strength training, and those who regularly perform it are predispositioned to have above-average genetics for physical performance, is it a big surprise the high-volume, high-frequency narrative is so prevalent? Genetic differences aside, there's also the American mindset, more is better. We live in a culture of abundance and are often pushed to be more productive, make more money, buy more things, more. There's a certain superficial rationale to it. The more you practice at something, the better you'll get. This is true, to a point, with a lot of skills, but it's fallacious to take a socio-economic principle and blindly apply it to another field of study. In fact, we can demonstrate a reductio ad absurdum. We can show that following that principle to its logical extreme demonstrates a contradiction, and as such the principle as stated cannot be valid. If more is better with respect to bodybuilding, then the premise contains a built-in guarantee. In every instance, the individuals who perform the most work would get the best results. Someone looking to get in shape for a wedding or bodybuilding show could wait until a month before the event, do 12 to 16 hours of cardio and strength training a day, and no one would ever have an issue building muscle or losing fat. Yet we know this clearly doesn't work. So more is better, in and of itself, is not a valid approach to bodybuilding. Exercise is, after all, a physical stress deliberately performed on the body. And since it is a physical stress, there is a limit to how much the body can endure. It is important to make a distinction between what is an adaptive stress and a distress to the body. We have homeostatic mechanisms, which mean we can either thrive in response to a novel stimulus, stress, or we can begin to regress as a result of it, distress. In addition to there being a limit to stress capacity, there is also a limit to how fast the body can recover from that stress. This brings us to the principle of the minimum effective dose. The idea of the minimum effective dose in bodybuilding is you want to give your body the least amount of physical stress. That will produce the best degree of results. Once that is accomplished, you want to allow your body the time it needs to fully recover before imposing another physical stress. If you perform any more physical activity than is minimally necessary to produce the best degree of results, you are merely creating a larger physical stress that will take longer to recover from. If you shorten the recovery process with the imposition of another workout stress, you will limit the overcompensation that will occur from your previous workout. To get the best degree of bodybuilding results, you must cautiously regulate your workout volume and frequency. In general, it's better to undertrain compared to overtrain, and to overrecover compared to underrecover. Unfortunately, we believe the mainstream approach to bodybuilding encourages overtraining and underrecovering. The three fundamental principles of a proper bodybuilding workout then are intensity, volume, and frequency. Your workouts must be sufficiently intense to stimulate growth, volume needs to be regulated so you do not overtrain, and your workout frequency needs to allow time for recovery and overcompensation. It's worth noting here that the more intense an activity is, the less time you'll be able to spend performing it. A maximum effort sprint can only be carried out for about 20 seconds before the average speed starts dropping off rapidly. Compared to the 100-meter dash world record, the 400 m is 10.9% slower per second, and the 800 m is 24% slower per second. In your bodybuilding workouts, the more sets you perform, the less output you'll be able to give on each set. You simply cannot perform 10 or 20 sets per body part with the same degree of intensity and work output as 1 to 3 sets, unless you sandbag those 1 to 3 sets. Intensity and the duration of exercise have an inverse relationship. The higher one is, the lower the other one must be. Bodybuilders often pride themselves on time spent in the gym, or the number of sets performed. But most of the time spent in a gym while bodybuilding is resting between sets or preparing equipment for your next set. If you were to track the meaningful time spent actually exercising, I suspect it would be quite low for most individuals, maybe only 10 to 20 minutes. Don't delude yourself or others into thinking you're a beast because you spend an hour or two at the gym. Only a fraction of that time is spent on productive sets. Another integral factor, yet one that is often overlooked, is tracking your workouts. If you are serious about making improvements in your physique, you need to be able to make an objective analysis as to whether or not your actions are moving you towards your desired goal. Every exercise, every set, every rep should be tracked as well as any additional notes so that you can assess your performance in retrospect. If you are making the valid application of any theory of reality, including a bodybuilding regimen, your progress should be uninterrupted until the logical conclusion has been met. Meaning, you should be getting continually stronger, and seeing steady improvement from the time you begin your journey until you closely approximate your genetic potential. Given the number of variables that can influence workout performance and changes in body composition, you will have weeks where you do not make progress. But prolonged periods of stagnation indicate that some adjustment is necessary, and you'll best be able to assess what that adjustment is the closer you track your diet, workouts, weight, and changes in body composition. There's one further general topic to understand before we dive into specifics: autoregulation. Any training routine that you start with is not, will not be, and cannot be the optimal routine for you indefinitely. Over a long enough period of time, your body will change. Certain muscle groups will likely respond a bit better than others. You'll discover certain movements you enjoy and others that don't feel right. You'll notice that results have slowed or stopped, and you'll have to make adjustments to your routine to correct all of these issues. Don't get too caught up on looking for the perfect bodybuilding routine, it doesn't exist. Or perhaps more better stated, it exists only in a specific context at a specific moment in time. Workout specifics. There's a lot to cover here: sets, representatives, volume, frequency, exercise selection, execution, set intensifiers, workout splits. I think it's best to approach things assuming someone is brand new, and talking through the aspects of the workout while explaining the underlying rationale. Know that every subtopic of workout performance will be covered at length, but to discuss them we need a starting point. In general, we recommend people start with full body workouts, performing 2 to 3 sets per exercise, prioritizing compound movements, adding in a few exercises to target some neglected muscles, and training with as much intensity as safely possible within approximately 8 to 10 repetitions per set. Here's what a sample workout may look like. Exercise. Weight. Representatives. Notes. Chest press. Set 1. 225. 7. Set 2. 225. 6. Horizontal seated row. Set 1. 200. 8. Set 2. 205. 5. Increased weight. Leg press. Set 1. 450. 6. Set 2. 450. 6. Overhead press. Set 1. 185. 7. Need to push harder. Set 2. 185. 7. Underhand pull down. Set 1. 200. 5. Too heavy. Set 2. 190. 6. Lumbar extension. Set 1. 150. 8. Smooth and controlled. Set 2. 150. 8. Incline AB crunches. Set 1. BW. 20. Set 2. BW. 18. Barbell wrist flexion. Set 1. 135. 6. Set 2. 135. 6. Dumbbell wrist extension. Set 1. 35. 6. Set 2. 35. 6. This is just a sample routine. Don't get too caught up in analyzing it. It's just to give you an idea of one way to track a potential routine. Let's start addressing the specifics. If you're going to a gym you're familiar with, you should have a good idea of the movements and equipment that you'll be using. If you've trained there before, you should loosely know the weight that you'll be using on each movement. If not, it takes a little trial and error, but after a few workouts you'll know exactly how much to use. If you're traveling or going to an unfamiliar gym, you'll be in the same shoes as a novice, and will have to see what equipment is accessible, and you'll have to play around with the weights a bit. Just be sure to document everything. There are plenty of free workout apps available, but I still prefer a pen and a notebook. Phones can be too distracting in the gym. We start with full body workouts emphasizing compound movements because with sufficient intensity, a half dozen or so compound movements will stimulate growth in all of the major and most of the minor muscle groups in the body. Any gym bro will notice there are no direct bicep exercises in here, but you do have 2 exercises with elbow flexion, underhand pull downs and horizontal rows. One of the primary purposes of the biceps is elbow flexion. If you are training a movement that utilizes that mechanical task with enough intensity, the muscles performing that task will be stimulated. If, as you become more experienced, you notice that your biceps are lacking, there are ways to focus on them. Those will be covered later. Compound movements performed through horizontal and vertical axes, this is the plural of axis, will stimulate growth in most muscle groups, but neglect forearms, abs, lower back, grip, and the lower legs. You don't need to add all of those muscle groups in every workout, but sprinkle a few in towards the ends of your workouts so nothing gets neglected long term. In general, we prefer to start with a movement that targets an area you're looking to improve. Your energy is typically highest at the beginning of your workout, so with intensity being the primary driver of growth, you're more likely to have your best sets earlier in your workout. You'll also notice that I alternate a pushing movement with a pulling movement. The reason this is done is to limit the overlap of synergistic muscles worked within a short time. A chest press will mostly work the chest, anterior deltoids, and triceps. By performing a seated row next, you're primarily working the lats, some of the traps, rhomboids, rear delts, biceps, and grip, depending on the weight used. If we work the same muscle groups on consecutive movements, it would likely be so fatigued from the first movement that it would significantly limit performance on the second. So if a shoulder press was performed immediately after a chest press, your upper traps may get an insufficient stimulus because of the fatigue on the anterior and medial delts, clavicular fibers in the chest, and the triceps. If performing 2 to 3 sets per exercise, it's a reasonable question as to whether or not you should perform your 2 to 3 sets of one exercise in full before moving on to the next one, or whether you should perform a circuit, doing all exercises for one set, then performing the second set of each. If maximizing hypertrophy is your goal, perform all of your sets of one exercise before moving on to the next. Rest as long as you need to between sets to where you feel you are capable of exerting another maximal effort. This will likely be 1 to 3 minutes between sets. If you want to emphasize cardiovascular conditioning a bit more and can set up the equipment ahead of time, perform a circuit. There's also the issue of gym etiquette. If it's busy, you're probably better off working one exercise at a time so you don't try to claim 6 to 10 pieces of equipment at once. Form. With the movements planned and an idea of how much weight you'll be using, you should perform each movement with uncompromising, perfect form. Think of the body as a biological machine. The bones are levers, the joints are pulleys, and the muscles are cables articulating around the pulleys and connecting to the levers. Every muscle, every joint has a physiologic function. How are you going to know how to build and work a muscle if you don't know the functions that muscle performs? There are many reasons that form should be perfect. First, any compromise in form will reduce the effectiveness of that exercise. If muscles and joints have movement patterns and natural ranges of motion, deviations from that will reduce the utilization of the target muscles and involve the recruitment of other muscle groups. People will often use a little bit of body English when performing free weight bicep curls because they erroneously believe they'll build more muscle by virtue of being able to move a heavier weight. What they fail to realize is by generating momentum and force through the legs, hips, and torso extension, they are reducing the tension on the biceps. Building muscle is about what the weights do for your muscles, not what your muscles can do to the weights. As a bit of a tangent, a delineation needs to be made here with your goal when you step foot in the gym. Your goal is to use the weight to safely inroad the targeted musculature as to stimulate an adaptive response. It is not your goal to arbitrarily perform some number of repetitions. Meticulously tracking your workout performance is the measure of progress. The problem with a performance-oriented goal is it encourages undesirable behavior. If you approach your workout with the mindset of, "I need to do better than I did during my last workout," you'll find a way to make that happen. If you got 7 representatives on your last workout and you're struggling on rep number 8 during this workout, that mindset encourages you to sway, swing, push press, or otherwise find a way to get that last rep again. This reduces the effectiveness of the movement and poses safety concerns. Your goal is to train and exert as much effort as safely possible, for however many repetitions that is. The second reason form should be perfect is any deviation from perfect form poses an increased risk of injury by virtue of the aforementioned deloading of the targeted muscles. Think of someone performing a heavy seated overhead press. When sitting upright, there is a natural lordotic curve to the lumbar spine. As the overhead press becomes increasingly more difficult, there is a tendency to want to lean backwards in an attempt to make the lift easier. Leaning backwards will involve more of the chest, making the movement easier. But someone cannot lean back against a fixed upright seat without exaggerating the curvature of the lower back. These attempts to lean backwards are also seldom gradual. People struggling towards the end of a set tend to wiggle or squirm quickly. So instead of maintaining the natural curvature of the spine, you have now exaggerated the curvature, causing the vertebrae to no longer align properly, causing sudden excessive compression on the posterior lumbar spine. If that force exceeds the tensile or compression thresholds of the muscles or connective tissue, an acute injury will occur. A minor degree of subacute injury will occur should you lift weights at all, but I'll address the idea of subacute injuries later. For now, know that every time you strength train at all, you are causing a slight injury, a net negative, to your body that requires time to heal and overcompensate. Given that premise, you should seek to maximize the exercise stimulus while minimizing the damage done to your body. How do you know what the correct form for any exercise is? Watch YouTube videos from qualified experts. Hire a reputable personal trainer to put you through a few workouts while they closely observe your form, and spend some time learning the functions of different muscles. The more you learn about how your body works, the more effective you will be at applying that knowledge into action that actualizes your bodybuilding and physique goals. Repetition speed. A corollary of perfect form is perfect execution. You can keep movement pathways exactly the same, but how you move through that pathway also matters. Because deviations in form pose an increased risk of injury, you want to move at a repetition speed that allows you to maintain control of the weight at all times. Lifting as explosively as possible is potentially problematic because with high acceleration comes high peak forces on your joints. Force equals mass x acceleration. The faster you lift, the more momentum comes into play, reducing the torque on the muscles you're trying to work. And finally, the faster a weight is moving, the harder it can be to control. In general, you want to move at a speed that allows you to maintain tension on the targeted muscles while maintaining a high degree of effort and control. For most individuals, this will be 2 to 6 seconds during the concentric lifting phase. When lowering the weight, I generally recommend lowering as slowly as possible. You also want to have slow changes of direction. Applying pressure on a joint, applying to pressure it past its terminus of its range of motion is extremely painful, and in many cases not a lot of force is required to produce a significant injury. All joint locks and submission holds in mixed martial arts are based on this principle. If you're lifting a weight overhead, the shoulder is in a position of external rotation. The humerus does not have a lot of mobility to be rotated posteriorly from an overhead position, as it makes contact with the acromion process on the scapula. Having the weights travel too far backwards in an overhead press can be devastating for the shoulders. Slow changes of direction help ensure the weight is controlled in these joint-susceptible positions. Even if you're moving the weight away from the end of the range of movement, Newton's third law of motion tells us for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, so the force is still being applied to the joint in that position. Whatever controlled speed you use when lifting a weight, be sure to change directions slowly. Full range of motion or effective range. Within the bodybuilding community, it's often said that half representatives produce half muscles. The idea makes sense superficially. If you want to build a full muscle, you should train it with resistance through its full range of motion. Problem is, there is a legion of bodybuilders who train with partial representatives, and on the other side of the coin, very few movements are ever trained with a full range of motion. Consider the biceps. Most people know the biceps flex the elbow, and every bicep exercise works this movement. But the biceps also supinate the wrist and flex the shoulder. To work the biceps through its full range of movement, you would have to start in anatomical position, flex the elbow while supinating the wrist, and instead of finishing with your elbow down and your fist about chin height, you would have to continue to flex the shoulder, raising your elbow up and back so your fist is behind your shoulder. You should be focused on working the targeted muscle group through an effective range of motion, one that keeps the largest amount of tension on the muscle where it is strongest. You also generally want to avoid heavily loading a muscle near its fully extended or fully contracted position, and not just to protect your joints either. Loading muscles in these positions creates a suboptimal contraction because of active or passive insufficiency. Active and passive insufficiency. This is a gross oversimplification, but muscles contract when myosin heads bind to myosin filaments. The myosin has a bound molecule of ATP that releases phosphate, pulling the actin towards the middle of the sarcomere. This interaction between the actin and myosin is known as cross-bridging. When muscles are in an extended position, some of the actin and myosin are too far apart to engage, leading to decreased potential force production. This is known as passive insufficiency. Similarly, when the muscle is near fully contracted, the filaments are bunched together too closely to optimally engage, leading to decreased torque. This is known as active insufficiency. In the strictest sense, active and passive insufficiency only occurs in biarticular or multiarticular muscles, muscles that cross two or more joints, but the reason why these insufficiencies exist is because of the bunching up or distance between the actin and myosin. It's far less prevalent in uniarticular muscles, but some degree of insufficiency still exists in various positions. An easy way to think about it is passive insufficiency is loading a muscle when it's near fully extended. An active insufficiency is loading a muscle when it is near full contraction. Loading a muscle in passive insufficiency can be problematic. The nervous system has a protective mechanism in place to prevent overstretch. It's known as the myotatic reflex or stretch reflex. When you go to the doctor as a kid and he hits your knee with a rubber hammer, he's testing the stretch reflex in the patellar tendon. Your body senses that you may risk injury by overstretching that tendon, and you involuntarily contract the quadriceps to flex the knee, immediately shortening the tendon and negating the threat. Heavy preacher curls or underhand grip deadlifts have a bit of a reputation for tearing biceps. The muscle is heavily loaded in a position of full extension. Because force equals mass x acceleration, it's not necessarily the weight causing an issue, it's the acceleration. You can load the biceps in full extension with almost no risk of injury, straighten your arm and try to lift up the bottom of your desk, but imagine the entire weight of the desk dropping suddenly, even of only a fraction of an inch. The weight of a desk, dumbbell, or barbell moving at 9.8 meters per second creates a force almost 10x greater, if measured in newtons, than if there's no movement. Be careful loading muscles in this position. Torn pecs can happen in a similar fashion during heavy bench presses. Loading a muscle in a position of active insufficiency can similarly be problematic in some movements. Consider people who have had accidents in a leg press. People will often take a small break with their legs fully extended in a leg press to get a breath and give their quads a momentary reprieve. The issue lies in the fact that the knee is a hinge joint capable of creating an angle of extension between the upper and lower leg, slightly greater than 180 degrees. The patella offers some protection against hyperextension as it's held in place by the patellar and quadriceps tendons. Pair this with the idea that your quadriceps aren't as strong in this position due to, needless to say, if you don't want to have your knee go backwards, you would be wise to avoid fully straightening your legs in most leg movements. Especially on a leg press, I generally avoid the last 15 degrees or so of knee flexion. The same potential issue can occur in the elbows with pressing movements. Avoid the last few degrees of extension to keep the elbows safe and to keep some tension on the muscles. Intensity. For your workouts to be as productive as possible, each set should be performed with as much intensity as can safely be generated. If you were to look at multiple exercise studies, you're likely to see intensity defined as the percent of your 1 repetition max, %1 RM, that you are using. Meaning, if the most weight you could possibly lift one time was 100 kilograms, and you use a load of 50 kilograms on your set, you are exercising with 50% 1 RM. And while it is true a heavier load is more intense when comparing one single repetition to another, this is an incorrect definition of the word. Intensity is a subjective measure of effort. It is the percentage of effort you are exerting in a single moment out of the amount of effort you are capable of exerting in that moment. Think about it this way. A sprinter running the 100-meter dash is running as hard and as fast as they can the entire duration of the race, max 10 seconds. And while running a marathon is difficult, the relative intensity during most portions of the race is far more moderate than a sprint. Your workouts should be similar. Muscle fibers are recruited sequentially by need. And your body will only recruit as many fibers as necessary to perform a precise task. The smaller, weaker, slow twitch fibers are recruited first, and as those fatigue, larger and stronger fibers are progressively recruited. The only way then to recruit the biggest and strongest fast twitch fibers is to generate as much intensity, as much effort, as you can. In physiology, this is known as Henneman's size principle, or the principle of orderly recruitment. To further complicate things, your body has different levels of strength. You are weakest when you are lifting a weight, stronger holding a weight, and you can lower a heavier weight than you can hold. While most studies have shown approximately the same benefit occurs from training to concentric lifting, as does using intensifiers, see next section, to go beyond failure, the use of set extenders, intensifiers will likely cause a deeper inroad to your recovery. There's also some evidence to suggest that training close to failure may be nearly as effective as training to failure, so many bodybuilders will back off of the intensity a bit and do a little more volume. The problem with this approach is unless you've trained with someone experienced in high-intensity training, you probably don't have an appropriate frame of reference for how hard a single set really needs to be to hit failure. Everyone thinks they train hard, but if you're capable of doing 10+ sets per body part in a single workout, your sets probably aren't hard enough. 6-time Mr. Olympia Dorian Yates only used 3 to 7 working sets per muscle group per workout, so if you're training hard, why do you think you need more? As Mike Mentzer put it, there are in fact only 2 absolute measures of intensity. 0%, where you haven't performed any exercise, and 100%, where you are contracting as hard as physically possible and the weight is not moving. Whatever the threshold is that optimally stimulates growth, the only way to know that you hit that number is to train with 100% intensity. What is failure? The word failure was a terrible choice by whomever first coined it. We understand the point made, it's the point at which someone fails to complete another repetition or to further move the weight. But does anyone really ever hit failure? As pointed out brilliantly by Daniel Thompson, true muscle failure probably only happens in moments right before death. Someone pinned under a car resists it as long as they can, a rodent swallowed by a snake probably fights till the bitter end. Truly hitting muscle failure is an experience most people will likely never experience. To complicate things, there are different colloquial uses of the word failure. In an attempt to standardize the terminology, Jerome suggests the following uses. Technical failure, the point during an exercise when execution starts breaking down, but does not present a material compromise that risks injury. Jonathan suggests that when the fatigue is such that the repetition you are performing moves at half the speed of your other representatives, if you normally lift over 2 seconds and your rep takes 4 seconds. It's important to note that we do not advocate any breach in form that significantly increases risk of injury. If form is compromised to this extent, terminate your set as quickly as safely possible. Concentric failure. After technical failure, the moment when you are pushing as hard as you can and you can no longer lift the weight. Ken Hutchins once pointed out that if you are using a relatively well-designed machine, this point should occur seemingly randomly at different positions in the range of motion. When you hit concentric failure, and to make sure you are truly at failure, Jerome recommends continuing to try and lift the weight for 10 seconds. If the weight does not move, or starts to lower, you've probably hit concentric failure. If you have a slight pause and are able to push through after a few seconds, it was probably a sticking point caused by a poor resistance curve, most likely a design flaw in the equipment or suboptimal exercise choice. Credit to Adam Zickerman, author of Power of 10, for the idea of continuing to push for 10 seconds. Isometric failure. You are stronger holding a weight statically than you are lifting it. Once you've hit concentric failure, you keep contracting against the resistance as long as you can. This is different from a static hold. A static hold is holding the weight in a fixed position for a time interval. With isometric failure, you are continuously contracting as hard as you can, attempting to move the weight, but it is not moving at all. When you have been doing this for 3 to 15 seconds or so and the weight starts lowering despite your greatest efforts, you have hit isometric failure. Eccentric failure. After hitting isometric failure, the weight will slowly start coming back down. You may encounter some positions as the weight comes down where you are able to hold it isometrically for another few seconds. We think of eccentric failure when the weight has returned to its starting position despite your greatest efforts to continue to lift it. Set intensifiers and extenders. Advanced training techniques are training beyond failure. We have heard all of these terms used relatively interchangeably, so I will do so here. The old-school bodybuilding mindset was using tools like rest pause, drop sets, forced representatives, negatives, stimulate more muscle fibers than training to failure. We don't believe this is necessarily true. There's a couple ways to look at these intensifiers. The first way we see them is as a way to show the trainee that they are capable of exerting a larger degree of effort. Many lifters will terminate a set when they feel the next rep is not capable of being completed, or worse yet, when the movement starts to become difficult. If your last repetition of the set looks exactly like the first one, you aren't training hard enough. When using intensifiers as an instructional tool, Jerome will let his clients train to what they think is failure. Then I'll instruct them to perform another repetition no matter how hard it is. We'll say that even if they can't do another rep on their own, to keep pushing and I'll help them. Usually, people's perceived level of failure leaves 1 to 5 representatives in the tank. When they truly are no longer able to lift the weight, I'll make them do forced representatives for whatever repetition they were on, plus another single rep that's largely assisted. As the old adage goes, you can't unring a bell, or, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Once someone has experienced a higher degree of intensity, they are less likely to return to their previous level of exertion. Intensifiers are often used as a way to bring up a lagging body part. The thought process is that a stronger stimulus is created in that muscle group, and as such it will demand a greater proportion of your recovery than other body parts, enabling more growth. It's important to note that the use of intensifiers, whatever additional benefit there may be, creates a disproportionately deep inroad to your recovery. If you are capable of training every other day, taking 1 or more sets beyond failure may mandate an additional 1 to 5 days of recovery. Your best bet if using these training tools is to base your recovery on a number of subjective measures. Are you sore or feeling like the muscles are still fatigued? Are you feeling rested and alert and ready to train? Are you looking forward to another brutal session? Your answers to all of those should probably be green lights before you train again. Some people will still train other muscle groups if they're feeling one muscle group hammered. Jerome's preference is to wait until you feel fully recovered from your previous workout before performing another workout, but ultimately your progress chart should determine your workout frequency. If workout 1 for chest does not transpire to a higher weight used or time under load in workout 2, it may be prudent to take more time between workouts. Jonathan uses the phrase level up to explain that you should increase the difficulty once you have reached this new limitation, but not before it. It may take several workouts to understand where your recovery lies for either systemic, whole body, or isolated, muscle-specific body parts. For example, you may be able to continue to progress with weight or time under load for your bicep workout, but not for all other workouts. In this instance, it would be best to maintain the current training standard level for the bicep workouts, but reduce other things such as frequency for other parts of the body. Things such as exercise selection are also key here. This is where having an individual approach is critical to building your best physique. Jerome and Jonathan create training programs based on principles, not ideals. There is no way to identify an ideal workout, as the goalpost is constantly moving as the body recovers and adapts to new stresses. How many representatives? For a long time, it was thought that 8 to 12 repetitions was a sort of Goldilocks zone for hypertrophy. Less than that was argued to be primarily for strength, and more than that was considered to be for endurance. Yet, even within the upper echelons of the IFBB, there were a variety of approaches. Bodybuilders like Skip Larkower and Jeff Willett earned their IFBB Pro cards training almost exclusively within the 4 to 6 repetition range. Most bodybuilders train between 8 to 15 representatives a set, and some old-school bodybuilders like Serge Nubret would have some sets performed up to 100 representatives. Fortunately, since the 1970s, there's been a significant amount of research done around load, weight used, and hypertrophy, muscular size. The more modern consensus is that the amount of weight used is largely irrelevant as long as you are training close to, or actually to, failure. PMID 225188835. The study mentioned suggests that loads from 30 to 80% 1 RM are equally as effective for building muscle size. This equates to about 5 to 30 representatives to failure. There are some inherent advantages and disadvantages to using different repetition ranges. If you pick a rep range that is too low, the weight is heavier and you may struggle a bit to control it. To the extent someone compromises form, the exercise becomes more dangerous. If you pick a rep range that is too high, the first half or so of your set won't be terribly challenging and you may feel like you are wasting some time. For some individuals, the lactic acid buildup from higher rep sets can become extremely uncomfortable, even to the point where a set may be terminated due to that discomfort before failure is reached. Try a few different rep ranges to see what is most comfortable for you. Some people naturally prefer heavier weights and lower rep ranges, others prefer lighter weights and higher representatives. The only recommendation I'd add is if you are performing a more coordinated or technical movement like a squat or deadlift, you're probably better off starting with higher rep ranges as you learn and develop perfect technique. It is wise to consider that there is more than one way to skin a cut. Exercise physiology experts such as Jordan Peters, Master of Science, have built mountains of muscle using a wide variety of repetition schemes. They all have their place. Jonathan would suggest utilizing all of them during some point of an individual's training career to identify what yields the most progression. Workout volume. So now that we've covered how to exercise, controlled, intense, using biomechanically sound movements, how much volume should you use? How many sets per muscle group? If, and this is a big if, you are capable of truly training to failure, one set is all you need to stimulate growth. As to whether or not one set is enough to maximally stimulate growth, that is an excellent question. I believe yes, but few people train with that much intensity, and taking it to that point often requires either an experienced training partner, or equipment that allows you to use one body part to deload another, like the foot pedal on a Nautilus chest press or pullover. For those who are unsure if their first set was intense enough, you should probably perform a second, and possibly a third set for that exercise. Depending on your intensity, as well as your genetic tolerance for exercise, you will probably need 1 to 6 sets per body part. If you're able to take your sets very close to or to concentric failure, 2 sets is probably a good starting point for most individuals. This raises an interesting point though. How do you define what counts as a set for a muscle group? We normally see bench presses, incline presses, dip, and a number of other compound pressing movements as chest exercises, but the anterior delts and triceps are also worked quite heavily. There really is no such thing as an isolation exercise. I generally think of compound movements as exercises for the prime movers, and count volume as such, but depending on how many compound movements you are performing, you may want to consider reducing direct training volume for shoulders, biceps, triceps. Jerome's best ever gaining routine was a push-pull a leg split where the push day was 1 set each of the following exercises: chest press, overhead press, tricep pushdown, AB rope crunches. How many sets was that for the chest? 1 for the chest press, and the clavicular fibers are worked in an overhead press. 1.5? Was that 1 or 2 sets for the shoulders? Was that 1 or 3 sets for the triceps? They extend the elbow in every movement. Don't drive yourself crazy, the same argument could be applied to workout volume. Just be consistent how you measure it. In terms of how many exercises you'll do for any muscle group, this will also be dependent on a number of factors. In general, we think the total number of sets per workout should probably be 5 to 12. This is based on the previous suggestion of understanding one's individual proximity to failure when training. 5 all-out sets will yield just as much muscle growth as 12 sets to technical muscular failure. In Jonathan's experience, he has found that taking sets as close to eccentric muscular failure yields the most potential for adaptive growth at his level of muscularity. However, this training intensity must be met with equally as effective recovery in order to ensure the adaptive repair and growth response has had time to kick in. Rest between sets. In general, you want to move as quickly as possible between sets as long as you feel like you are able to exert a maximal effort. If you work out at home or have a relatively empty gym, you could set up all of the equipment beforehand, then move from set to set quickly. If you feel dizzy, lightheaded, nauseous, or get a headache during your workout, do not perform the next set until those symptoms disappear. You must have the mentality of go hard or go home. This is of particular significance as one becomes more advanced in their bodybuilding career, where achieving that last % of muscle growth becomes a more challenging endeavor. This raises an interesting question: should you do all of your sets of one exercise before moving to the next, or should you train in a circuit? Conventional wisdom says that training quickly in a circuit will provide better cardiovascular benefits, and that longer rest between sets will allow for better performance on your next set, which will create more size strength gains. We tend to think the answer is somewhere in the middle. If maximum size and strength is your goal, it superficially stands to reason that resting an extra minute or 2 and being able to push out a few more representatives will create a greater stimulus. I'd probably grant it for the sake of argument, but as a point of information, it's not the weight or the number of representatives that stimulates growth, it's the intensity of the contraction. Earlier I mentioned how 5 to 30 representatives are equally as effective if you train to failure. Even at a conventional 1 to 2 cadence, that's a time under load, TUL, of 15 to 90 seconds. So while you may think waiting a bit longer would stimulate growth, I don't think that position withstands scrutiny, at least for hypertrophy. There is a hard cut that both Jerome and Jonathan believe is enough, but that amount is individual and specific to you. Why weight training is cardio? Looking at the other side of the spectrum, is minimal rest between sets going to produce significantly better cardiovascular benefits? We have some doubts about this as well. Heart rate is only half of the picture of cardiac output. The other, and often neglected, aspect is stroke volume. Heart rate is how fast your heart is beating, stroke volume is how much blood is being pumped at a time. In that regard, just having a high heart rate is not exclusively indicative of a good cardiovascular workout. You really want to increase cardiac output. Stroke volume is largely influenced by venous return, the amount of blood that is being pushed back towards the heart. Your heart can't pump more blood than is being supplied to it. To get blood back to the heart, veins have one-way valves. As veins are squeezed, blood is pushed towards the heart, and one-way valves prevent the blood from moving in the opposite direction. The primary mechanism that milks veins and facilitates venous return is muscular contraction. When people think of cardio, they think of the heart and blood vessels. But most of the adaptations that cause improvements in cardiovascular performance are actually in the muscles. As a response to intense muscular contraction, the body will upregulate certain enzymes that allow it to handle more substrate at a time. This happens in the muscles, but also in the liver. Some of the lactic acid that is produced as a result of glycolysis goes into the bloodstream, where it is uptaken by the liver and converted back into glucose via a process called the Cori cycle. That glucose then goes back into the bloodstream, where muscles can use it as an energy substrate. In high school and college, Jerome was taught that the body has multiple energy pathways that generate ATP based on the nature of the activity performed. This isn't entirely true. Our metabolism is more like gears in a gearbox, thanks to Bart K for that metaphor, and different pathways serve different roles. The phosphocreatine system, PCR, functions to primarily convert ADP or AMP back into ATP and provides ATP for converting glucose into glycogen. Most of the ATP that is used by muscle fibers is a product of glycolysis, because although fewer ATP per unit substrate are made compared to oxidation, glycolysis can occur at a much faster rate. Rapid glycolysis has a metabolic end product of pyruvate. Pyruvate is shuttled into the mitochondria via three enzymes known as the pyruvate dehydrogenase complex, PDH. This is important because PDH is a rate-limiting enzyme. As pyruvate stacks up, only so much can get into the mitochondria at a time, and the rest is converted into lactate. Some of this lactate goes through the aforementioned Cori cycle, and some stays in the cell where it can be converted back into pyruvate. Once in the mitochondria, pyruvate is converted into acetyl-CoA, where it goes through the TCA, Krebs, cycle. NADH and FADH2 are produced as a result and go through the electron transport chain, producing 43 molecules of ATP. It's important to note that you cannot isolate one segment of metabolism through specific activity. All muscular contraction is fueled by glycogenolysis, which produces pyruvate, and most of that pyruvate is oxidized in the mitochondria. Metabolism is gears in a gearbox, not separate systems that you can isolate. In that regard, there's really no such thing as cardio. Anything that sufficiently stresses the cardiovascular system will produce positive adaptations. However, it's important to note that all cardio requires muscular contraction. And how hard you stress your cardiovascular system is going to come down to the number of the muscles involved, and how hard they are contracting. Jogging or cycling works a lot of muscles with a relatively low intensity. A set of bicep curls works few muscles but works them relatively hard. A properly designed and executed strength training program will work all of the muscles relatively hard, giving you a better cardiovascular workout in less time and in a much safer manner. Don't buy too deeply into the different heart rate zones burning more fat. There is some truth to it, but it's not the entire picture. Lower intensity activity does use proportionally more fat for energy. Long-chain fatty acids LCFA enter the cell through the CD36 transporter, are converted into LCFA-CoA, and then are oxidized in the mitochondria, but the relative demand for energy is lower. Higher intensity activity uses more glycogen for fuel while training, but also increases your metabolism for longer after your workout, as measured by excessive post-exercise oxygen consumption, EPOC. So even if we granted that low-intensity cardio burned 9 units of fat energy out of 10 total units of energy used during that session, high-intensity activity is analogous to burning 10 units of fat energy out of 20 units of total energy during, and for a few hours after your workout. The proportion is a bit higher at lower intensity, but the total amount metabolized is greater at higher intensities. Interestingly enough, when energy expenditure is controlled, the amount of fat loss is the same between high intensity and low intensity. This has been verified by Melanson, et al., 2002, who controlled caloric expenditure in a high-intensity and a low-intensity group performing 70% and 40% V02 max training respectively. There was no difference in fat loss between the two groups. PMID 1184238, to quote the authors, a popular dogma that exists amongst fitness practitioners is that low-intensity exercise will produce a greater amount of fat oxidation compared with higher-intensity exercise. Although the proportion of fat oxidation to total EE is greatest at very low exercise intensities, 21, 28, 29, 36, the total amount of fat oxidized will be dependent on both the duration and intensity of exercise. At higher exercise intensities, total fat oxidation may be greater because EE is greater. If the goal of exercise is to maximize fat oxidation to better regulate body fat mass, then exercise should be performed at the highest intensity that can be comfortably maintained. Saris and Schroen, 2004, also performed a study showing no difference in fat loss at the 24H mark between high-intensity and low-intensity cardio in obese men. The higher-intensity group performed half as much cardio as the low-intensity group, and both groups had controlled caloric intake and energy expenditure was matched in their cardio. Reference: https://doi.org/10.1038/sj.ijo.080263 This flies counter to conventional wisdom, but it makes sense when you think about it. Lower intensity activity burns proportionally more fat, that's pretty straightforward. But what happens in higher intensity activity that causes the same degree of fat oxidation over the next few hours? After your body metabolizes a lot of glucose through intense muscular contraction, your liver breaks down stored glycogen and releases glucose into the bloodstream for uptake in the muscles. Your liver then wants to resynthesize glycogen in case more glucose is needed, or if blood sugar falls a bit. The pancreas releases glucagon, which triggers adipocytes, fat cells, to break down triglycerides into glycerol and free fatty acids. The glycerol and FFA are then used by the liver to create glycogen and some ketones. But the point is, the larger glycogen draw of intense activity started a chain of events that culminated in your fat cells releasing stored energy. Lower intensity may burn more fat proportionally, but higher intensity will eventually convert some stored fat into glycogen via gluconeogenesis. However, high-intensity cardio will also cause greater metabolic adaptation, improving cardiovascular health and performance, and can be done in a fraction of the time. I know we've gone down a rabbit hole here, but it's an important concept to grasp. Your weight training is cardio. Mindlessly plodding away on the treadmill will do very little to affect body composition. Cardio is a tool that can be used to help get the last few pounds off of your physique for a bodybuilding show, but most men can get to 8 to 10% body fat without ever doing any conventional cardio. Exercise selection. Have you ever wondered what makes an exercise truly the best? Well, it's all about what you're aiming to achieve. If you're looking to improve at a specific movement, then practicing that movement is key. For overall strength, exercises that engage multiple muscle groups such as deadlifts, squats, and push presses are fantastic options. Of course, it's also important to prioritize your safety and consider factors like the length-tension relationship and muscle and joint function when choosing exercises. A properly designed machine can also be a great choice for specific muscle groups. Now, I do have my own personal biases and recommendations, but ultimately the decision is up to you. In the following guidelines, I'll highlight specific machines and free weight movements that are effective for each muscle group. And remember, every exercise assumption is made assuming an absence of limitations. While I can't cover every possible alternative, I'll do my best to give you a range of options. Finally, I've included some useful acronyms to help make things easier to follow. Let's dive in and talk about strength curves, resistance curves, muscle torque, and the basics of levers. Neck training. Let's dive into some upper body training, starting with the neck. Now, I have a bias that I want to share with you. I highly recommend using the TSC protocol for neck flexion, extension, and lateral flexion. I would avoid TSC turning of the neck to the left or right, as the SCM already acts as an agonist in neck flexion. Another important tip, please never use free weight neck gadgets. It's better to skip neck training altogether than to risk hurting yourself. But here's some motivating news. Every 1 pound increase in neck strength is associated with a 5% reduced risk of concussion. So, while proper neck training is crucial, it's important to do it the right way to avoid any unnecessary risks. Upper traps. Let's talk about upper traps. There are a few different ways you can work them, with machines or free weights. Personally, I don't think direct upper trap work is necessary if you're already doing overhead presses to failure. The upper traps are heavily involved in shoulder elevation during those exercises already. However, if you do want to do some direct upper trap work, here are some options. Machine shrug or cable shrug. Dumbbell shrug or trap bar shrug. Now, I do have a few biases to share with you. First, I think machine shoulder presses with an ascending cam, or regular machine shoulder presses, are the best exercises for upper traps. Dumbbell shoulder presses can also work well, but keep your wrists in a neutral grip to avoid any problems with placing weight directly above your head, see Jerome bias number 1. And if you have exercise bands, a shoulder press with those can be even better than dumbbell presses. Another point to consider is that compound movements, exercises that work multiple muscle groups at once, can be very effective for building strength. So while I'll be outlining some simple exercises for each muscle group, it's up to you to decide whether to focus on them or to incorporate more compound movements. Lastly, I want to share that hitting a muscle from a variety of angles isn't really necessary in my opinion. If you're using a decent machine and giving your chest, or any muscle group, enough intensity, you're probably covering all the necessary areas. So don't stress too much about incline, standard or decline pressing movements. As long as your whole muscle is getting stronger, you'll see results throughout. Chest. Let's talk about chest exercises. The primary function of your chest muscles is humeral adduction, but they also help with humeral extension and humeral flexion, clavicular fibers. For simple exercises using machines, you have a couple options, the pec deck or cable crossovers. If you're using a pec deck, make sure to use one with pads for your forearms rather than handles. When it comes to simple exercises with free weights, I don't recommend any. I'm not a fan of dumbbell flies because of the resistance strength curve, and they can put a lot of pressure on the pectoralis major tendon at the bottom. Compound exercises, exercises that work multiple muscle groups at once, can be really effective for building strength in your chest. For machines, you have a few choices: converging chest press, standard chest press, incline and decline chest presses, or the Smith machine. For free weight compound exercises, dumbbell or cable incline, flat, or decline chest presses are great options. And if you don't have any equipment, push-ups are a bodyweight option. You can do them flat or with a slight incline or decline, with your hands about shoulder width apart. Remember, everyone's body is different, so it's important to find what works best for you and feels good on your body. Abs. When it comes to working your abs, specifically your rectus abdominis muscle, their main function is torso flexion. For machine exercises, most AB crunch machines are just fine. Free weight exercises work too. You can try incline crunches with a weighted vest or barbell plate held with two hands on your chest. And for a bodyweight exercise, try flat or incline crunches. Obliques. When it comes to working your obliques, there are a few muscles to pay attention to: the internal and external obliques, the serratus, and the transverse abdominis. These muscles all function when it comes to torso flexion and contralateral rotation. Machines that do torso flexion while allowing for slight rotation, like the AB coaster, work well. Cable crunches are another great option. For free weight and bodyweight exercises, try out flat or incline crunches with a slight rotation of the torso. As always, listen to your body and find what feels good for you. Front delts. Let's talk about the muscles in your shoulders, specifically the anterior deltoids, or the front of your shoulders. Their main function is humeral flexion. You can work them sufficiently with compound pushing movements, as mentioned in Jerome's bias number 5, but if you prefer simple movements, there are options for that too. For machines, you can try supinated cable front raises. For free weights, supinated dumbbell raises to the front or using cable or bands also work. Just make sure your palms are facing up. You might see these done with a pronated grip, palms down, but that actually works your medial delts instead. Medial delts. Moving on to the medial deltoids, or the sides of your shoulders, their primary function is lateral humeral abduction. They're likely already getting some work in pressing movements, especially overhead pressing. If you want to specifically target them, however, machines like the lateral raise machine or cable lateral raises work well. For free weights, dumbbell lateral raises are a great option. Rear delts. Finally, we have the posterior deltoids, rear delts. Their function involves pulling the humerus down and back, shoulder abduction, and humeral external rotation. They're likely already getting worked in compound pulling movements, but there are machines and exercises you can do to work them alone. For machines, the reverse pec deck or rear delt machine, as well as cable rows work well. For free weights, you can try resistance band rows or dumbbell rows. To do these, one option is to use a slight incline bench, put one knee and hand on it, and have a wide base on the ground for stability. Remember, it's important to listen to your body and do what feels good for you. Biceps brachialis. Your biceps and brachialis are movers and shakers. They work together to help you with arm flexion and humeral flexion, and that fancy term, wrist supination. For machine lovers, bicep curls and cable curls are great options, but if you're into free weights, dumbbell or barbell curls, resistance band curls will keep those biceps and brachialis working hard for you. To shift the overload to the brachialis, hammer curls work well, but using more of a neutral grip curl movement isn't a bad idea either. Triceps. Your triceps are powerhouse muscles that contribute to arm and humeral extension. Although they are worked in pressing movements, it's important to consider the carry angle when targeting triceps. Cable movements like one-arm crossbody cable tricep extensions, tricep extension machine, and cable tricep pushdowns are simple yet effective machines to use. Lying dumbbell skull crushers is an excellent option for free weights, and make sure the humerus tilts slightly backwards to keep tension on the triceps at the top of the range of motion. Forearms. Your forearms are responsible for many different functions like wrist flexion, extension, adduction, abduction, supination, pronation, and gripping. It's a good idea to work them into your routine every now and then. For free weights, try DB flexion, extension, and abduction exercises. Something to keep in mind is that there's no need to walk with something heavy, like in farmers' carries, to improve your grip strength. Just gripping anything can do the trick. Traps. Your traps are a diamond-shaped muscle that's divided into 3 areas by bodybuilders: upper, middle, and lower. Upper traps have been covered, but the middle and lower traps are also important. They help with rotation, retraction, and depression of the scapula. Machines like wide, R, grip row and seated row, DB rows, and bodyweight exercises like inverted rows can work great. Lats. Your lats are responsible for humeral adduction, extension, and internal rotation. Take a look at the picture above. They have a long tendon that attaches to the intertubular sulcus on the front of the humerus. For compound machines, try the pull-down or lat pull-in. If you're into free weights, BB rows, DB rows, pull-ups, and chin-ups are great options, while a simple machine like pullover or cable pullover with elbows in straps can also do wonders. Lower back. Your lower back is made up of different muscles that help with torso extension. While I don't like the term hyperextension, and believe that your lower back should never be put in a position where it flexes your torso more than a few degrees backwards from a neutral spine, deep muscles like the multifidus and rotators get worked in torso extension movements. If you routinely perform a low bar squat or deadlift, these muscles are arguably worked sufficiently. However, if you're looking for other exercises to try, there are options like the glutes and hamstrings that assist in torso extension. The MedX Medical Exercise Lumbar is a great machine that can target many of the erector spinae muscles without involving the glutes or hamstrings. It's important to remember that many of these muscles have a small and critical role, so it's essential to train them slowly, under total control, and with restraint when necessary. For simple machines, try a lower back extension. A hyperextension bench is a great bodyweight option, while a stiff leg deadlift is a good free weight exercise to consider. Let's talk about a few muscle groups in your lower body. Hip flexors. First up, we have the hip flexors. Their primary function is hip flexion, like lifting your knee upwards. You'll generally work your hip flexors unintentionally while doing AB exercises like hanging leg raises and reverse crunches. If you're looking to directly target them, try using a knee raise machine or doing weighted leg raises with free weights. You could also try reverse crunches, which focus on the lower portion of the movement and use your body weight. Glutes. Their primary functions are hip extension and leg abduction. Glute bridges and hip thrusts have become popular recently, but keep in mind that the cramping sensation you might feel doesn't necessarily mean it's more effective for hypertrophy. If you're doing leg press for your glutes, try a more narrow stance and place your feet higher up on the footrest. This will target your glutes a bit more. Machines like Gluteator, Dynavec, Kickback Machine, and Leg Abduction Machine are great for compound exercises. Free weight options include dumbbell, a kettlebell, a resistance band squats and deadlifts, while bodyweight choices include bodyweight squats, mostly focusing on the lower portion of the squat, and hyperextensions. Quads. Let's talk about our quads, which are responsible for knee extension. If you're not a bodybuilder, you don't really have to worry about shifting the overload between different quad muscles. Instead, focus on a foot position or leg width that feels comfortable for you. Machines like the leg press and hack squat, as well as squat variations with free weights and bodyweight squats, especially sissy squats, are great for compound exercises. Hamstrings. Their primary function is knee flexion, with a minor role in hip extension. Old-school leg curl machines had a design flaw that caused people to raise their butt while curling their legs. This triggers the myotatic stretch reflex in the hip flexors, making a design like the seated leg curl machine more effective. Many movements like stiff leg deadlifts, other deadlift variations, hyperextensions, indirectly target the hamstrings. But if you're looking to directly work the hamstrings, a leg curl machine is your best bet. Calves. Let's talk about our calves, which are responsible for plantar flexion of the ankle. The gastrocnemius muscle attaches above the knee and also weakly flexes the knee. To give your gastroc a great workout, toe presses with straight legs, with a slight bend in the knees, are optimal. To switch the workout focus more towards the soleus muscle, we recommend a bent knee calf raise, ideally on a seated calf raise machine if you have one. When it comes to exercise selection, there's no need to focus on one type of machine or calf exercise over another. You can try out a standing calf raise or calf raises in a Smith machine if your back can handle the compression. If a lot of pressure is not your thing, toe presses on a leg press or seated calf raises can also do the trick. Best split. Without overcomplicating it, exercise is a deliberate stress imposed on the body to elicit a positive adaptation. These adaptations take time. Imposing another intense physical stress on the body will short the recovery and adaptation process. So how frequently should someone exercise? In general, it's almost always a mistake to train on consecutive days. A good starting point for most people is every other day. When in doubt, you are better taking an extra day of recovery than you are training. The body works extremely hard to produce positive adaptations, so they aren't as quickly lost as many gym brothers would like to believe. Taking an extra day, or even a whole week off of the gym isn't likely to produce any decrease in performance. Many people have had the opposite experience. After taking a scheduled week off, they often return to the gym stronger than their last workout. This is evidence that not only has the positive adaptation occurred, but it has been maintained despite a layoff from training. For most individuals, as you get stronger you will need to reduce the volume and/or the frequency of your training. I know this is counterintuitive to conventional training wisdom, but the underlying reasoning is somewhat multifaceted. As you get stronger and lift heavier weights, the physical stress to the body becomes greater, and greater physical stresses necessitate more time and recovery ability. Another reason why volume and frequency may have to reduce has to deal with the idea of genetic potential. If you've never lifted weights before, you probably have the capacity to build between 20 to 50 pounds of muscle across your lifetime. Assuming you are dieting and training correctly, you'll probably get approximately 90% of the way towards your genetic potential in 2 to 3 years. Seeing as you have less muscle to build, your goal often becomes trying to bring up weak points in your physique by emphasizing certain movements from specific angles. Aside from creating a more direct stimulus, you also want to ensure enough recovery resources are available to allow that positive adaptation to occur. If you continue to increase volume and frequency as you become more advanced, more recovery resources will be required by already well-developed muscles. We'll cover autoregulation a bit later, but for now one approach towards bringing up a weak body part is to reduce the volume and frequency of more developed body parts, not doing additional volume to the lagging body part. Mike Mentzer once hypothesized that in order for someone to truly reach the upper limits of their genetics, one would have to literally diet, train, and recover perfectly. It's easy to understand Mentzer's rationale, but even if it's true, could anyone ever achieve such perfection? Bodybuilders already have a reputation for trying just about everything under the sun in an attempt to build just a little more muscle, so I thought I would leave that question there to give you something to obsess over. Workout frequency should be determined by your progress chart. If you are following a routine that is producing results with a volume and frequency that you enjoy, then there is no reason to change your routine. If, however, you haven't seen any improvements at all on most or all exercises for 2 to 3 weeks, you're probably best making an adjustment. Again, autoregulation will be covered a bit later. As a case study, Jerome had a client, Matt. He trained out of his house who lost 50 pounds in 6 months. When Matt first started, Jerome had him doing 10 to 12 exercises 3x a week. As Matt got stronger and hit plateaus, the volume and frequency ended up being reduced to the point where at the end, Matt was only doing 6 sets every 10 to 14 days. Not everyone needs that much time to recover, but just as some people can tolerate higher amounts and more frequent bouts of exposure to UV light to get a darker suntan, some people have a limited tolerance for exercise stress and a slow recovery ability. And while this is an extreme example, it reiterates the point that an additional day or 2 of rest could be exactly what you need. Workout splits. There are lots of different ways that you could divide the entire body into a workout routine. As a starting point, we recommend full body workouts. As someone progresses, or sometimes based solely on personal preference, people will split the body up into 2 to 5 separate workouts. Casey Viator and Mike Mentzer did full body workouts earlier in their careers, with Mike using a full body workout 3x a week for his perfect score win in the 1978 Mr. Universe. Upper or lower splits aren't as common anymore, but can be an effective two-way split. Push-pull legs is probably the most common bro split, and can be highly effective. Dorian Yates' blood and guts routine was a 4-way split, and some people do a 5 to 6-way split, choosing to exercise during the week and take Saturday or Sunday off. It's worth noting that your workout split is not the same as your frequency. It refers to how many workouts encompass the whole body, not how often you train. Full body workouts. Full body workouts were the standard in the early 1950s through most of the 1960s. As the name suggests, it is a workout routine that targets all of the major and most of the minor muscle groups in the body. They are typically performed 2-3x a week on non-consecutive days and are a great starting point for most individuals. Depending on someone's recovery ability and personal preferences, full body workouts could also represent the terminus of one's workout regimen. While conventional bodybuilding wisdom suggests that as trainees become more advanced, they need to split up their workouts into more specific routines, this isn't necessarily true. As an individual gets stronger, however, the physical stress of a full body workout becomes greater, and more recovery will almost assuredly be required. While most people can start with a full body routine 3x a week, once someone has neared their genetic potential for muscular development, they may only be doing a full body routine anywhere from 2x a week to as little as once every 7+ days. Individuals that enjoy going to the gym relatively frequently might want to consider doing a split routine, so they can visit the gym more often without imposing as much of a stress on the body. Upper or lower split or push-pull. There are a few different ways to organize a split routine, but a common is to divide the body into upper and lower workouts. In this split, you would train the upper body in your first workout, the lower body during your second workout, and back to the upper body for your third, alternating in fashion as long as necessary or desired. Similarly, you could do pushing movements in the body, chest, triceps, abs, quads, calves, in one workout, and pulling muscles in the next workout, back, traps, biceps, lower back, hamstrings, in the next. In Jerome's studio, 18-Minute Fitness, he has people start on a full body workout once per week. If they reach a point where they no longer make progress on any lifts for 3 to 4 weeks, he'll split their workouts into a upper, lower split, where they only train the upper body 1 week and the lower body the next. It should be noted these people are not bodybuilders, and someone concerned about building as much muscle as they possibly can will likely have to work out more frequently, and should only reduce frequency when necessary. Push-pull legs. Perhaps the most common split for casual gym brothers is a push-pull leg split. Upper body pushing movements are performed in the first workout, upper body pulling movements in the second workout, and the lower body is trained in the third workout. The frequency of such a split is often push-pull legs arrest, also known as a 3-on, 1-off routine. This has certainly worked for a lot of people, to a point, but someone considering this routine would likely be better off if they had at least 1 day of rest between each workout. For plus-way splits. There are infinite ways you could split up the body. A quick search online will not only show innumerable routines, but a justification for pretty much any decision made. Ultimately, you should train with a routine at a volume and frequency that you enjoy that still produces results. This is a book on carnivore bodybuilding after all, not on recreational lifting. And the authors write with the presupposition that you are lifting with the primary goal of maximizing your musculature, and carrying around the lowest amount of fat that allows you to function at a high level. Dorian Yates' blood and guts routine is perhaps the most famous 4-way split. You can look up the specifics of that routine, but it was essentially training Monday, a Tuesday, a Thursday, a Friday with an upper push, upper pull, lower push, and lower pull days. Mike Mentzer's ideal routine was chest to back, legs, shoulders, arms, legs. I also believe Jonathan likes to train 4x a week, and generally does a 4-way split with body parts. But as long as he and I have trained, I tend to think we are a bit more instinctual. Which brings me to the last workout split worth mentioning. Instinctual training. Instinctual training is the idea of not having a plan when you go to the gym and training whatever body parts feel right at that moment. Volume, exercise selection, and intensity are often also guided by instinct. Kai Greene trained instinctually, but in general, we tend to think this approach to training is probably best left for experienced high-intensity bodybuilders who are basically at their genetic limit. Whether we like it or not, there is a limit to how much muscle we can build. Once we're very close to that limit, the specifics of our training matter very little because there's essentially no strength or hypertrophy to be obtained. As long as everything is receiving a moderate stimulus within a reasonable time frame, we'll be able to maintain what we have. We would not recommend instinctual training for newer or intermediate bodybuilders, as most people in the gym haven't correctly applied the fundamentals of intensity, volume, and frequency. Prioritizing lagging body parts. Everyone has a slightly different distribution of fast and slow twitch muscle fibers. Given that slow twitch fibers do not grow as big as fast twitch fibers, you can get a general idea about someone's fiber distribution based on their base level of muscle mass. Endurance athletes and generally thin people probably have more slow twitch muscle fibers, and more naturally muscular people probably have a greater proportion of fast twitch muscle fibers. Interestingly enough, the proportions can also vary greatly within an individual. There are bodybuilders like Frank Zane who had relatively small legs compared to his upper body, and on the other side of the spectrum is Tom Platz, whose legs dominated his physique. While both of these men were able to make a living as professional bodybuilders, it illustrates how the amateur or hobbyist bodybuilder has the potential for unfavorable genetics. Sadly, there is a possibility that your lagging body part may have reached its genetic limit, and there's nothing you can do to improve it. But assuming that's not the case, we'll cover how to bring up lagging body parts here. The first way to prioritize a lagging body part is to give it greater emphasis earlier in your workout, when focus and effort is generally the highest. This could be as simple as putting an incline press as your first chest movement in your routine, or putting your chest movement first in your workout. Similarly, picking variations of the same exercise is an effective way at shifting some of the overload to different parts of some muscle groups. This is covered in greater detail in our book Exercise Specifics 101, a pocket guide to exercise selection. Conventional bodybuilding wisdom is to perform extra volume or frequency for a lagging body part. Assuming that the muscle group has the room for growth, this can be valid, but that adjustment to your routine should probably be from increasing frequency, not volume. Remember that the workout is performed to stimulate growth, and any additional sets beyond what optimally stimulate growth literally constitutes overtraining. If biceps were a lagging body part, this could be as simple as adding a set or two of biceps to your leg routine. Given the possibility of overtraining, some people will bring up a lagging body part by reducing its volume. If you've been overtraining either that specific muscle group or the body as a whole, a reduction in volume or frequency would allow for greater recovery and overcompensation. As a corollary, one strategy Jerome uses is reducing the volume of frequency of some of the better developed muscles, so there are fewer muscles competing for the recovery resources. If you have been training for a number of years and none of the aforementioned strategies help bring up a lagging body part, the most likely answer is either your diet is lacking or you may have hit your genetic limit for that body part. Rest periods. Your workout stimulates growth, and the adaptation happens in your recovery. Given that, shorting the recovery process with the imposition of another intense workout will limit the potential gains you could have had. If you break your leg and walk on it too much, too soon, you will impede the recovery process and possibly cause the condition to become worse. While this is an extreme example, the same principle applies to recovering from your workouts. As such, you want to make recovery a priority. Too little and you'll short yourself of gains, too much and your progress will be slower over time. Forgive the truism, but you want to give your body as much time as it needs to be fully recovered, no more, no less. In this section we'll discuss an objective and a few subjective methods to assess your recovery. As a general principle, getting a little bit extra recovery is better than not getting enough. The average adult in their 30s or older loses 1 to 2% of their fat-free mass per year until their 60s, where that number is approximated to be about 3% per year. Harvard Health estimates the average adult loses about 0.5% of their muscle mass per year. Given that most adults do not regularly engage in strength training, the amount of actual mass lost on a daily basis is quite negligible. The average adult male is about 40% muscle by weight, so a 200 pounds man losing 0.5% of his muscle mass per year would lose about half a gram of muscle mass per day. Strength training not only helps maintain lean tissue, but promotes new tissue growth. As muscles get stronger, the supporting bones and connective tissue get stronger as a protective mechanism against future physical stresses. It's absolutely imperative that people build and maintain muscle and strength as they age. Limitations in mobility, posture, or range of movement are often the result of muscles atrophying. As they shrink, they become tighter and are less able to perform their anatomical and physiological functions. Muscle truly is the tissue of longevity. It increases metabolic rate, helps protect against injury, joint integrity will improve as a result of proper training. Bigger muscles are larger glucose reserves, helping better regulate blood sugar. The metabolic adaptations from intense training improves cardiovascular efficiency. It improves functionality and athletic performance, and also they're quite pleasing to look at. Why the hell wouldn't you want to maximize your muscular potential? While there are numerous age-related conditions associated with muscle loss, I'm not convinced that we need to lose a significant amount of muscle as we get older, especially with the prevalence of TRT clinics. The average adult male produces about 1% less testosterone every year after age 30, and the average testosterone levels of men has fallen about 1% every year since the 1980s. The Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism, Volume 92, Issue 1, January 2007, pages 196 to 202. https://doi.org/doi.10.1210/JC.2 006-1375. But to take a few anecdotes from Jerome's personal training studio, he has a 63-year-old who is stronger on a few lifts than he is, a 25-year difference. He also has an 81-year-old who has the same strength in 2 movements as a 56-year-old, another 25-year difference. And while you can't directly compare 2 individuals, these anecdotes are strong evidence that we don't need to experience the same degree of sarcopenia and osteopenia that most people assume will happen as we age. Jerome hypothesizes that with intelligent training, paired with a species-appropriate human diet and hormonal support, if medically required, one should be able to maintain most of his existing muscle mass well into his 80s. In the US, the average life expectancy for men is just over 76 years. There's no good reason to believe that you can't stay damn near your prime your entire life. Now that we've gone down that rabbit hole, how do we know that we've recovered enough? The most objective way to assess recovery is with your progress chart. You should be writing down everything you do in the gym, each exercise, how many sets, how many representatives per set, weight used, your rep count and/or time under load, and any additional notes like the use of set extenders and intensifiers. You can reasonably assume your recovery was sufficient if there was improvement in your current workout compared to your previous workout. If last week you performed overhead presses with 100 kilograms for 8 representatives and this week you did 100 kilograms for 10 representatives, the improved performance is likely indicative of a positive adaptation. Someone relatively new to exercising should improve on almost every exercise for every workout for at least the first year of training. This sole objective criterion carries the caveat of strict standardization of form. Your goal is not to hit some arbitrary number of repetitions. Your goal is to safely use the weight to inroad the muscles, stimulating growth. This may seem like a small distinction, but those with the primary goal of getting one more rep will often compromise technique in pursuit of that goal. With this approach, it's easy to find yourself lifting too heavy or too loose, and what will initially seem like significant progress will be met with a long period of stagnation and increased risk of injury. As far as subjective factors to consider, one of the most noticeable is a general sense of fatigue. You should feel relatively refreshed and ready for another intense workout. If you get enough sleep and you feel somewhat run down, you should consider waiting another day to work out. This fatigue can also be significant enough to impact the quality of your life outside of the gym. Jonathan points out that this aspect, gym-a-life balance, is often understated and is something everyone will have to handle a bit differently. If your progress in the gym is going well, but you're so sore or fatigued that you struggle to run around with or play with your kids or partner, you may want to make a few adjustments to your routine. We're not going to tell you how to prioritize your life in this book, that is your prerogative, but it's more common than is openly discussed. Another indication of adequate recovery is your sleep is consistent in terms of duration and quality. Along with the general fatigue we may experience, intense training, we may find that we need additional sleep. Similarly, your appetite may fluctuate. Cardio. Too much exercise can trigger an excess cortisol response, which can have negative effects on the body. In a relaxed and sedentary state, our bodies release endorphins after exercise to signal the importance of rest and recuperation. This puts us into a parasympathetic nervous system state and allows us to digest our food more efficiently. However, during exercise, cortisol levels are elevated. While cortisol is essential for signaling biochemical processes needed for performance in stressful situations, constantly triggering the cortisol response can deplete essential vitamins and minerals, reducing recovery capacity. Stress, broadly defined as anything that doesn't serve the body's necessary tasks, can age us. Anything out of our natural state can have a negative effect on the body, according to Hans Selye, the inventor of the principle of stress. While the body can adapt to stress, the associated links to mortality are overwhelming. The problem lies in overdoing exercise. While it can expedite fat loss results and improve nutrient partitioning, the cost must be considered. Does the volume of exercise impact recovery? Does it stimulate appetite beyond what's needed to maintain a healthy body weight? A case study on physique athletes shows that excessive cardio and drastically reduced food intake can have negative impacts on metabolic rate and energy deficit. While not against cardio, the preference is for resistance training, both physiologically and for mental health. Even 20 minutes of high-intensity resistance training each week can bring improvements in heart function, mitochondrial health, muscle mass, bone health, and strength. Jerome and I only recommend cardiovascular activity such as sprinting or long walks when you can no longer reasonably lower food intake. In cases where appetite is less during a muscle-gaining phase, a small amount such as 20 minutes daily can be helpful to stimulate appetite. We would rather see trainers use the energy they do have to resistance train, however. This is because it allows you to stimulate more new muscle tissue, which ultimately makes it easier to stay in good physical condition. Cardiovascular activity, when performed in excess, can lead to several issues. 1. Cardiac stress. 2. Overuse injuries. 3. Hormonal imbalances. 4. Plateau effect and diminished results. The useful types of cardiovascular activity can be done on a rowing machine, elliptical, cross-trainer, bike, swimming or treadmill. However, it is much preferred for people to exercise outside to get fresh air and sunlight. This will always make the activity more beneficial to the trainer. We're all about providing a good, better and best case scenario. If you can go outside and walk the dog, get some sunlight and enjoy being in nature, great stuff. If you can perform some level of resistance training, with bands or calisthenics, even better. If you have access to a gym and can safely add muscle groups and develop strength across all ranges of movements, even better yet. While steady-state cardiovascular exercise offers numerous health benefits, it is essential to recognize the potential negative effects associated with excessive or exclusive focus on this type of exercise. The scientific evidence suggests that prolonged cardiovascular exercise can lead to increased cardiac stress, overuse injuries, hormonal imbalances, and diminished results. Incorporating a variety of exercise modalities into one's routine and listening to the body's signals of fatigue and injury are essential for maintaining overall fitness and well-being. Exercise science terminology. Below are some commonly used words in exercise science related to resistance training. It would be prudent to check through these to ensure you understand and be best able to apply them in training. 1. Repetition, Rep 1 complete movement of an exercise. 2. Set, a group of repetitions performed consecutively. 3. Load, the amount of weight or resistance used in an exercise. 4. Intensity, the level of difficulty or effort exerted during an exercise. 5. Volume, the total amount of work performed during a training session, sets x representatives x load. 6. Muscle hypertrophy, increase in muscle size and/or strength. 7. Progressive overload, gradually increasing the demands placed on the body to stimulate muscle growth and adaptation. 8. Eccentric contraction, an exercise phase where the muscle lengthens while under tension. 9. Concentric contraction, an exercise phase where the muscle shortens while under tension. 10. Isometric contraction, an exercise phase where the muscle is held in a static position without changing its length. 11. Rest interval, the time period between sets or exercises for recovery. 12. Resistance training program, a structured plan involving exercises with resistance to improve muscular strength, endurance, and/or hypertrophy. 13. Repetition maximum, RM, the maximum number of repetitions a person can perform with a given load before fatigue. 14. Isolation exercise, an exercise that targets a specific muscle group or joint motion. 15. Compound exercise, an exercise that involves multiple muscle groups or joints in a coordinated way. 16. Range of motion, ROM, the complete movement capacity of a joint or muscle. 17. Training frequency, the number of training sessions performed per week. 18. Tempo, the speed at which an exercise is performed, including the concentric, eccentric, and isometric phases. 19. Periodization, a training concept that involves systematically varying training variables, e.g., sets, representatives, load, over time to optimize performance and adaptation. 20. Autoregulation in bodybuilding refers to the practice of adjusting training variables such as volume, intensity, or exercise selection based on internal cues and feedback from the body. Rather than following rigid preset workout plans, autoregulation allows individuals to listen to their body's signals and regulate their training accordingly. 21. Muscular strength, the ability of a muscle or muscle group to exert maximum force against resistance. 22. Resistance profile, the amount of force placed upon the muscles during specific parts of the movement. This can be adapted through pieces of equipment like adding chains, bands, or using resistance machines that have different weight loading patterns to target different portions of the movement with additional load. This is an example of external stimulus. 23. Strength profile, similar to resistance profile, but it refers to the strength level of a muscle group when at specific parts of the movement. An example would be how a push-up is easiest when the arms are locked out in the concentric phase of the movement. However, it is hardest when the torso is closest to the floor with bent elbows. This can be adapted to keep continuous tension on the muscles by adding a band, chains, or other tools to increase the resistance when the lifting is considered the least challenging. 24. Technical muscular failure. Technical muscular failure occurs when an individual is no longer able to perform an exercise with proper form and technique, despite having more physical energy and strength. It indicates a breakdown in the neuromuscular coordination and indicates that the targeted muscles have reached their limit of functioning efficiently. 25. Concentric muscular failure. Concentric muscular failure is the point at which a muscle can no longer complete the lifting or pushing phase, positive phase, of an exercise against a given resistance. For example, when performing a biceps curl, it would refer to the inability to raise the weight against gravity. Concentric failure indicates that the muscle has exhausted its ability to generate enough force to overcome the load. 26. Isometric failure. Isometric failure occurs when a muscle reaches its maximal tension but remains static in length without any change. In other words, the muscle contracts and holds a position against a resistance without moving. This can be seen when performing exercises like a plank or wall sit, where the muscle is under constant tension without any joint movements. Isometric failure indicates that the muscle can no longer sustain the static contraction. 27. Eccentric failure. Eccentric failure happens when a muscle is no longer able to control the lowering phase, negative phase, of an exercise against a given resistance. For example, it would be the inability to slowly lower a weight back down during a biceps curl. Eccentric failure suggests that the muscle has reached its limit in controlling the lengthening of the muscle fibers under tension. 28. Rate of perceived exertion, RPE, is a handy tool used in resistance training to assess how hard you feel you're working during an exercise. It's a scale ranging from 1 to 10, with words like very light and maximal effort to describe different levels of exertion. RPE lets you gauge your effort based on how tired or uncomfortable you feel. It's a helpful way to adjust your workout intensity, even when you don't have objective measures to rely on. RPE encourages self-awareness and helps you make informed decisions about your training. 29. Delayed onset muscle soreness, DOMS, refers to the muscle discomfort that typically sets in 1 to 2 days after intense physical activity. It is the result of small-scale muscle fiber damage that occurs during exercise, particularly when engaging in new or challenging movements. While experiencing DOMS is common and reflects your body's adaptation process, it can cause tenderness and discomfort in the affected muscles. 30. Yeah buddy, just for fun. Ronnie Coleman, 8-time Mr. Olympia winner, is known for the catchphrase, "Yeah, buddy." It became synonymous with his hard work, dedication, and relentless pursuit of success in bodybuilding. People usually say this before they are about to kick ass in the gym. 5. Recovery, stress management, mindset, and longevity. Building a strong support system. When it comes to achieving your bodybuilding goals, having a reliable support system can play a vital role in your success. Your support system can include friends, family, coaches, trainers, and even online communities. The significance of having a support system lies in its ability to keep you accountable, motivated, and focused on your training and nutrition. Here are some helpful tips for finding and cultivating a strong support system. Surround yourself with like-minded individuals. Join a gym or fitness group where you can connect with fellow bodybuilders who share your enthusiasm for fitness. Being around like-minded individuals can boost your motivation and drive during workouts. Seek guidance from a coach or trainer. A knowledgeable coach or trainer can provide expert guidance, helping you create a personalized training and nutrition plan. They can also serve as a source of accountability and motivation throughout your journey. Engage in online communities. Explore online communities dedicated to bodybuilding and fitness. Joining these groups allows you to connect with individuals who understand your journey, offering advice, encouragement, and motivation. Share your goals with friends and family. Inform your close circle of friends and family about your bodybuilding goals. Their awareness will help you stay on track and motivated. Additionally, they can offer support and encouragement along the way. Attend fitness events. Participate in fitness events such as bodybuilding competitions or fitness expos. These gatherings enable you to connect with fellow fitness enthusiasts, expanding your network of support. Furthermore, these events provide valuable opportunities to learn from experts in the field. By surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals, seeking expert guidance, and fostering accountability, you can maintain your motivation and stay committed to your training and nutrition. Remember, building a strong support system is essential, as it can make a significant difference in your bodybuilding journey. You don't have to go through it alone. Pushing beyond plateaus and conquering challenges. A bodybuilding journey is more akin to a marathon than a sprint. It's natural to encounter plateaus and challenges along the way, and knowing how to overcome them is key to your progress. First and foremost, it's vital to acknowledge that plateaus happen to everyone, regardless of experience. Your body will eventually adapt to your routine, causing a halt in visible progress. When this occurs, it's time for a change. Revitalize your workout regimen by introducing variations, adjusting weights, or modifying your diet. These alterations can break through the plateau and reignite your progress. Challenges may also manifest as injuries. It's imperative to heed your body's signals and avoid pushing too hard, especially if pain is present. Ignoring injuries can exacerbate the situation and set you back further. Instead, allow ample time for complete recovery, gradually easing back into your routine to prevent re-injury. Mental fortitude is another hurdle many bodybuilders face. Staying motivated can be demanding, particularly during periods of slow progress. During such moments, it becomes crucial to remind yourself of your initial drive and the milestones you have already achieved. Set small, attainable goals for yourself and celebrate every step forward along the way. Ultimately, it's essential to embrace the understanding that bodybuilding is a lifestyle, not a quick fix. Achieving your goals requires time, dedication, and patience. Embrace the challenges and plateaus as opportunities for personal growth and learning. Never lose sight of your dreams and persist in your pursuit, knowing that each obstacle conquered brings you closer to success. Understanding the significance of rest and recovery. For those dedicated to bodybuilding, a significant amount of time is often spent in the gym, accompanied by careful attention to dietary choices. Yet, amidst these considerations, have you ever truly grasped the importance of sleep in fostering muscle growth? It is an often underestimated factor that can profoundly impact your overall results. During exercise, your muscle tissue undergoes breakdown, known as catabolism. However, it is during rest that the body engages in repair and reconstruction, referred to as anabolism. Sleep plays a critical role in this anabolic process. During sleep, the body releases growth hormone, a pivotal component in muscle growth and repair. Jonathan is an advocate for proper sleep hygiene and using red light therapy as a means to improve recovery from exercise. He has noticed a reduction in blood pressure, as well as resting heart rate whilst implementing this into his routine. Sometimes, after the gym, he will black out the room but use his red light panel to help relax. It also aids in making the body more receptive to sunlight and converting more vitamin D. As we know, this is a key modulator of our recovery and immune system. Scientific research has unequivocally demonstrated that insufficient sleep can lead to a decline in growth hormone production. In essence, inadequate sleep deprives you of a fundamental catalyst for muscle growth. Yet, it is not solely a growth hormone that emerges during sleep. Testosterone, another vital hormone for muscle development, is also produced. However, the value of sleep extends beyond hormone production. It is equally crucial for muscle recovery. During intense workouts, microtears form in your muscles, necessitating sufficient time for healing. Sleep serves as the opportune period for this restorative process. Depriving your body of ample recovery time will hinder the gains you seek. Now, how much sleep is needed? The answer varies among individuals, but most experts recommend aiming for 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep per night. If you are falling short of this range, it is time to implement some changes. Consider adjusting your bedtime to allow for more sleep, establish a soothing bedtime routine, and refrain from screen usage for at least an hour before bed. These simple adjustments can yield substantial improvements in both your sleep quality and muscle growth. Personally, we recommend 5 to 9 hours of sleep per night, as the body undergoes much more efficient detoxification processes in a low insulin state. Remember, rest and recovery are indispensable elements of your bodybuilding journey. Embracing the significance of sleep and making conscientious efforts to prioritize it will contribute to optimal results in your pursuit of muscle development. Longevity as a carnivore bodybuilder. Living an anti-aging lifestyle is about adopting certain principles and habits to slow down the aging process and promote overall health and well-being. Please note, we want to make it absolutely clear and certain that there is a lot of interplay between these recommendations. If you commit to applying all of them in your life, we can personally guarantee you will have some positive benefit. They cannot be in order of effectiveness, because that would detract from how important they all are for maximal results. Here are some key principles behind living an anti-aging lifestyle. 1. Essential nutrition, a diet that provides adequate amounts of nutrients whilst minimizing the intake of antinutrients, toxins, and contaminants. What you put in is what you get out, in effect. Provide essential fatty acids and protein through animal meat and fat, the foundation of all human life. 2. Be connected with the earth and Mother Nature. Outside. Barefoot. No sun lotion. No sunglasses. For young people, especially with less sunlight exposure, this should be at a time when the length of their shadow is greater than their height. This will minimize their exposure whilst still helping them build up their solar callus and adaptive protection from excessive sun exposure. For most people, 10 minutes upon sunrise, 10 minutes midday, and 10 minutes before bed should be sufficient. You should ideally be grounding in a clean riverbed, the sea, or grass. The earth will donate electrons needed by the body for various processes. The better the conductivity of the material touching the earth, the better. Ideally getting sufficient sunlight exposure throughout the day to improve mitochondrial health. The wavelengths of light from the sun improve the function of the mitochondrial rotary motor in oxidatively stressed cells, thereby instantly normalizing its rotational speed. As a result, the nanoturbine, which normally rotates with 9,000 rpm, increases its production of ATP. For oxidatively stressed cells, for instance, in an infected wound or the ischemic penumbra in a stroke, this means accelerated proliferation and cell survival, respectively. There is a greater capacity to deal with illness of all kinds. 3. Adequate sleep. Prioritize sufficient and quality sleep, aiming for 6 to 9 hours of uninterrupted sleep each night. Maintain consistent sleep schedules and create a calming pre-sleep routine. Your body undergoes the greatest proportion of detoxification during your sleep, so the rigors of a tough day can be managed through an effective sleeping schedule. Hormones are also regulated as well as daytime energy by having the appropriate amount of sleep. The vast majority of carnivores will benefit from achieving 5 to 8 hours each night. Ideally, this is uninterrupted and restful. If your body sends a signal that it wants more, and you are yawning often, it is best to listen and oblige. 4. Develop a body to perform. Perform activities in a way that allows you to at least maintain a foundational level of strength, endurance, and mobility. The idea of at least being able to do a push-up, pull-up, and walk for at least 30 minutes without difficulty could be a good gauge for most people. This will allow most people to go about their day and solve issues as needed without too much difficulty. There are a number of tests, but focus on being able to do exactly what is required by your body to function on any given day. For some of the most effective, functional programming, I recommend you consult with me, Jerome Armstrong, or Professor Bart Kay, who I will link below in the description. 5. Social connections. Cultivate meaningful relationships and maintain a social support system. Connecting with loved ones and participating in social activities promote mental well-being and reduce stress levels. This will often lead to greater levels of education if you are surrounded by people with a growth mindset. The people you hang around with today will shape your future tomorrow. 6. Stress management. Implement stress management techniques such as meditation, deep breathing exercises, yoga, or engaging in hobbies and activities that bring joy and relaxation. Chronic stress can accelerate the aging process, so finding healthy ways to manage stress is crucial. This particular hack can be particularly effective as it's not something many people are mindful of. In many cases, it can be used alongside the other anti-aging hacks I mention. 7. Stop using substances. Limit alcohol, drug misuse, and quit smoking. These can all accelerate the aging process and increase the risk of various diseases. Only use medicine if absolutely necessary and indicated by a competent healthcare professional. Ideally, this would be approved and not rushed in the case of a poorly managed clinical trial. 8. Maintain a healthy weight. Aim to achieve and maintain a healthy weight by following a balanced diet and engaging in regular exercise. Excessive weight and obesity are associated with an increased risk of various age-related diseases. It is important to note that weight alone may not always accurately reflect health status, as factors such as body composition and genetic variations play a role. Tools like a fat-free mass calculator can be helpful in assessing body composition. For example, a healthy FFMI range for males is typically between 20 and 21 and for females between 17 and 18. Strive for optimal health outcomes while considering individual differences. 9. Regular health checkups. Stay aware of your body symptoms and take stock of your overall well-being on a regular basis. Periodically assess any changes or improvements in your health status. Regular medical checkups can help monitor your health, identify potential issues, and take preventive measures. Assessing markers like liver and kidney function, bone mineral density, body fat percentage, HbA1c, fasting blood glucose, insulin, and vitamin and mineral levels can provide valuable insights. While it is not mandatory, such checkups can help identify potential problems before they become significant. Practice stress management in a way that does not lead to excessive concerns, as excessive worry can counteract its positive effects. Remember, the mind-body connection is powerful, and maintaining a positive mindset can greatly contribute to overall well-being. Please note that adopting these principles can contribute to a healthier and more fulfilling life, although they will not prevent the aging process. Mental performance. When it comes to reaching your peak performance in sports, we often put all our focus on physical training and conditioning. However, it's important to realize that nutrition plays a crucial role in enhancing not just your physical but also your mental performance. In the following section, we'll dive into how nutrition profoundly impacts your mental abilities, and how adopting a carnivore diet could be a game changer for your athletic potential. Your brain is like the command center of your body, and it needs the right fuel and nutrients to function at its best, especially for athletes striving to excel in their respective sports. The carnivore diet emphasizes top-quality animal proteins and healthy fats while cutting out carbohydrates and plant-based foods. It has gained traction among athletes because it shows promise in boosting mental performance. One standout advantage of the carnivore diet is its ability to stabilize your blood sugar levels. By mixing carbs and sugars, this diet can help you avoid those energy crashes and brain fog that often plague high-carb diets. Steady blood sugar levels keep you focused and sharp during training and competitions, leading to an overall improved mental game. Moreover, the carnivore diet supplies vital nutrients that are essential for your brain's health and performance. Animal protein is packed with amino acids, which are the building blocks of neurotransmitters, the messengers that help your brain cells communicate. Consuming enough top-notch animal protein supports the production and regulation of neurotransmitters, giving your cognitive function a boost. Healthy fats, found abundantly in animal products, are also crucial for your brain's well-being. Your brain primarily consists of fat, and consuming sufficient healthy fats helps maintain its structure and function. Omega-3 fatty acids, commonly found in fatty fish like salmon, have even been proven to enhance cognitive function, memory, and mood, making them a valuable addition to any athlete's diet. Remember that nutrition significantly impacts your mental performance, and the carnivore diet offers a distinctive way to unlock your athletic potential. By keeping your blood sugar levels stable, providing essential nutrients for your brain, and supporting neurotransmitter function, the carnivore diet can unleash your mental capabilities and help you reach peak performance in your sport. Whether you're a professional athlete or a recreational sports enthusiast, embracing the carnivore diet could be the key to gaining that extra edge. 6. Supplementation guidance. Key supplements for supporting muscle growth. If you're a bodybuilder following the carnivore diet, there are some supplements that can really enhance your progress. Keep in mind that everyone's needs and goals are unique, so if you're looking for more personalized guidance and recommendations, we offer affordable consultations where we can provide you with a better guide. We would like to mention that supplements are never essential, but may be useful to some people. Please do your own research before taking any of the ones we might mention. This is because we do not know your medical history, and there could be some potential contraindications. There are some additional suggestions later on the book that may be worth looking at, although they are not absolutely necessary. First up, we have taurine. This amino acid is not only an antioxidant but also improves cellular hydration. This means you'll experience fewer issues related to training and your body will be able to absorb nutrients better. Taurine also acts as a mild myostatin inhibitor, helping lifters achieve higher levels of muscle growth. It even reduces lactic acid, which means you can endure longer training sessions. Plus, it lowers your heart rate during exercise, making your workouts feel less intense. And let's not forget that it promotes better digestive function by regulating pH levels. This is more useful to people that consume very little amounts of fish, have a tendency to overcook their beef, and those with digestive issues. Next is leucine, another essential amino acid. It's a key player in muscle protein synthesis, providing the trigger your body needs to build muscle tissue. You can easily get enough leucine by consuming about 0.55 g per kilogram of lean muscle up to 4 times a day, or per meal. Adding dairy protein sources or using straight leucine powders can help you meet your needs. Now, let's talk about creatine. This well-known supplement is a favorite among bodybuilders for good reason. By taking 3-10 g per day, you'll experience improved cellular hydration, which means better nutrient delivery and hydration during your workouts. Say goodbye to muscle cramps and hello to increased top-end strength. Filling up your ATP stores with creatine gives you that extra edge. Most people following the carnivore diet will not need to supplement with creatine, but it may prove useful to those that consume less red meat, 1 pound beef or less, or those keen to experiment to see if it yields a noteworthy benefit. Last but not least, citrulline or citrulline malate. By taking 2-8 g per day, you'll notice improved blood flow to your extremities, resulting in better nutrient uptake by your muscles. Not only that, but you'll also develop a stronger mind-muscle connection and experience better endurance during your workouts. It's a win-win. To sum it all up, including taurine, leucine, creatine, and citrulline malate in your supplement routine as a carnivore bodybuilder can bring great benefits. They help with antioxidant protection, cellular hydration, muscle protein synthesis, nutrient uptake, endurance, and mind-muscle connection. These all happen to be some of the most affordable supplements in your local health food store. There are instances where other things are useful, but these are always recommended on a case-by-case basis. Just remember that personalized recommendations are important, so consider booking a consultation for tailored guidance. Keep rocking those carnivore gains. Supporting recovery and reducing inflammation. Promoting a healthier, less inflamed body through nutrition is a key aspect of overall well-being. There are various supplements and dietary approaches that can assist in reducing inflammation, but remember they should complement a balanced diet, not replace medical advice or treatment. Always consult with a healthcare professional before adding supplements to your routine, especially if you have underlying health conditions or are taking medications. If you're already following a well-considered diet and lifestyle but not seeing desired results, here are some supplements and dietary strategies known for their anti-inflammatory properties. Omega-3 fatty acids, omega-3s, found in foods like fatty fish, have potent anti-inflammatory properties. Fish oil supplements, rich in EPA and DHA omega-3s, are also an option. Vitamin D, adequate vitamin D levels are associated with reduced inflammation. You can get it from sunlight or take supplements if you have a deficiency. Magnesium, this mineral plays a role in various anti-inflammatory processes. You can increase your magnesium intake through foods or supplements. Collagen supplements are used to support joint health and potentially reduce inflammation, especially in conditions like osteoarthritis. N-acetylcysteine, NAC, acting as a potent antioxidant and precursor to glutathione. NAC helps replenish glutathione levels, aiding in the reduction of oxidative stress and inflammation. It supports overall health, including liver function and respiratory conditions like COPD. B-complex vitamins, B vitamins, especially B6, B9, folate, and B12, play a role in reducing inflammation and supporting overall health. They are found in our near-mile foods and B-complex supplements. These vitamins can help improve energy levels and mood while aiding in inflammation reduction. Astaxanthin, this powerful antioxidant, found in microalgae and seafood, can potentially reduce inflammation and protect against oxidative stress. While these supplements can be beneficial in specific situations, it's crucial to remember that a well-rounded, anti-inflammatory diet is the foundation. Also, please be aware that some supplements may have drawbacks, such as high oxalate content or unnecessary additives. Some may also have high levels of heavy metals, especially if proper testing is not performed during the manufacturing process. Always conduct thorough research and consider individual needs before incorporating them into your routine. 7. Testimonies and FAQ. Testimonies for the carnivore diet. Dr. Anthony Chaffee. I learned that plants are toxic, and they're trying to defend themselves like anything else in nature. So I switched to an all-animal diet. I went to the grocery store and everything had plants in them, so I found meat and eggs. I found a marked improvement in performance in school, in rugby, and in athleticism. Really, my performance went to an all-new height. People would constantly comment on how explosive and fit I was, as I was much, much more fit than everyone else around me. Zbigniew Warzonek. How has the carnivore been working for me? A good question. How much time do we have? It has changed my life basically. I had been on keto for about 3 years when I have started the carnivore 18 months ago, and the most significant changes are reconverting of my body composition from chubby man, 49 old, 84 to 85 kilograms, 185 centimeters and around 20% of body fat, to pretty muscular and lean 76 kilograms and about 10% of body fat, without hunger, misery, counting calories, and doing any cardio at all. I have noticed significant improvements in my digestion, skin condition. I had nasty eczema and psoriasis, cognition functions, mood stability, learning capability, deeper and shorter sleep, much less sweating, better endurance during exercises, and faster recovery after. What I value the most is the peace and calmness with my body, with my new weight, and simply with myself. It was definitely worth all the effort. I will continue this lifestyle. How long? I don't know, but I don't see any other way now. Sophie Fisher. The carnivore diet has helped me on my fat loss journey. I've lost 23 kilograms on the carnivore diet whilst building muscle. I have put a stop to my pre-diabetes, my skin cleared up, which was incredible. My energy levels increased like you wouldn't believe. The quality of my sleep improved greatly, which is amazing as a single mum of 2. I no longer feel the need to eat until I'm stuffed. Instead, I eat until I'm comfortably satisfied. Stephanie Amoresso. I was vegetarian for 17 years, which caused me to develop multiple autoimmune disorders, Hashimoto, lupus, and celiac disease. I also suffered from acid reflux, headaches, and sinus congestion on a daily basis. I became carnivore 7 years ago. I was amazed how much better I felt once I removed all vegetables. All my autoimmune symptoms disappeared completely, and what was initially an experiment became a lifestyle. I hit the menopause 1 year into my carnivore lifestyle and have never suffered from any menopause symptoms either. When I hit the menopause, I also found out I have hemochromatosis, a genetic disorder that causes iron overload. I was concerned that a carnivore diet would worsen my hemochromatosis initially, however this has proven not to be the case. Another myth is that thyroid function needs carbohydrates. Well, I only have 3 millimeters of one thyroid gland left. Since going to carnivore, I have reduced my thyroid medication from 250 milligrams to just 100 milligrams a day. It goes to show that if you feed your body the right nutrients, it will perform at its best even when challenged with multiple autoimmune disorders and a genetic disorder. Colt Milton. In 2017, I decided I'd like to see my abs for once in my life. After purchasing Arnold's Bodybuilding Bible and copying a standard high-carb low-fat meal plan and coaching myself through my first show prep, I ended up with a testosterone level of 43, couldn't perform in the bedroom, lost muscle, placed poorly, and worst of all, I couldn't stop binging and purging afterward until I hired a professional coach to repair the damage I had done to my body and come back more competitive. Since then I refined my diet to paleo, keto, strict carnivore, and have found the Lion diet to be the most enjoyable and sustainable. My last 4 competitions in 2022 were all done with twice as many calories as the previous preps. I was the leanest athlete on the stage with significantly more muscle than when I used a high-carb diet. I've dedicated my life to helping others improve their vitality and athletic performance by mastering the most important part of any fitness plan, a sustainable way of eating consisting primarily of bioavailable, nutrient-dense foods. Alicia MacArthur. The carnivore diet has changed my life in so many ways. It has given me glowing skin, clean stable energy, cured my sugar addiction, improved my body composition, and most importantly, carnivore has gotten me off daily pain medication for a chronic inflammatory condition. I never thought at the age of 43 that I would be in the best health of my life enjoying total food freedom. The carnivore diet has given me that plus so much more. If you are looking for a nutritional protocol to supercharge your health, fine-tune your physique and address conditions that you just haven't found relief for any other way, this is the lifestyle for you. Scott Mislinski. I improved my digestion a ton, got loads more energy and mental clarity for work, and improved my workouts and body composition substantially using the carnivore diet for 3 years. Prior to the carnivore diet, I was skinny fat, required multiple cups of coffee every day, and was struggling to recover from my workouts. I was doing everything I could to optimize sleep, digestion, and exercise, but I wasn't seeing results in the gym. I also thought about food all the time and was never really satisfied. After switching to a carnivore, I gradually found all these things to improve, and once I refined my approach, it felt like I had a new life and body. Steph Guzak. I am 44, and I have been a carnivore since the 23rd of January, 22. I was pretty much a shell of a human, especially after the pandemic. I had a leaky gut and mouth, arthritis, inflammation, bloat, constant constipation, hair loss, low energy, overweight. I had a static brain, brain fog, anxiety, ADHD, depression, no self-esteem, cracked heels, back pain. I was living in fear and shame. I had tried every diet out there. I've known I was sensitive to many foods, including gluten, soy lecithin, legumes, pineapples, and gummies. I have tried so many woes. It wasn't until going carnivore that all of these symptoms I had been living with for years started fading. I've lost 40 pounds. I have been consistently working out for 2 years straight, feeling strong, and I have energy, no need for daily napping after meals, no more aches and pains, excuses, non-stop hunger, and needs like excessive retail shopping. I'm obsessed with planning and setting and achieving goals. I stopped smoking weed. I am back in school and on the honor roll. My life has changed immensely in the last 2 years. I am a boring carnivore who loves the simplicity of the WOE, and I usually opt for store-bought grass-fed ground beef, butter, and eggs because it's always satisfying. I am thankful daily that I found what works for me. Richard Smith. Living this lifestyle has allowed me to lose 107 pounds, reverse my diabetes. I am now migraine-free, pain-free, depression and anxiety-free, and most importantly, medication-free. I no longer suffer with any of my previous health and mental issues, including anxiety and depression. The 4/5 years following the start of my journey would see me become a pro athlete and a British and European champion in men's physique bodybuilding. Living this lifestyle has allowed me to do things I could never have dreamed of. Now, I feel the need to share my secret, a secret that is hidden from mainstream media, a secret that is so simple that almost anyone would benefit from it. Carnivores is the secret to everything, from health and well-being to athletic performance. Join the tribe and thrive. Phyllis Scott. After spending 30 years plant-based and ending up with a host of metabolic and autoimmune issues, I transitioned to keto, fixing a lot of problems and losing 90 pounds, and then in 2015, I went fully carnivore with even better results. It gave me my life back, and at 61 years old, I stay lean while never going hungry and eating as much as I like. Although you're not going to suddenly look like Arnie by just eating meat, it is very good at preserving existing muscle mass even without training. If you do train, you can gain muscle without the accompanying fat gain so common on other diets. Victoria Olsen. At 67, I embraced the carnivore diet seeking recovery from ailments, and at 72, I've surpassed expectations. Transitioning from a 3-year keto stint, carnivore delivered, albeit gradually. Despite a slow 8-month weight loss onset, 37 pounds shed overall, symptom relief outpaced. Gout, tormenting me since 1987 even on keto, vanished in 3 months. 6 months alleviated debilitating back pain from herniated discs, desiccated discs, arthritis, and scoliosis, a miraculous healing allowing renewed physical pursuits. Carnivore catalyzed a fitness resurgence, marked by muscle resistance workouts thrice weekly, daily walks, sprints, and push-ups, enabling me to outpace peers my age and match my young grandkids at the playground. Within 6 months, anxiety and depression lifted, ending a 25-year trazodone dependency and terminating decades of therapy and medication. 10 months, sans dairy, eradicated lichen sclerosus, VLS, persisting for 12 years, marking 5 years free now, confirmed by my doctor. A year into carnivore, anemia from a 1999 gastric bypass ceased. I am energized daily, with favorable lipid panels, and a zero-occlusion CAC heart scan. The carnivore diet has bestowed vitality and health improvements beyond measure for me. Jeremiah Charles. After reading an article in Psychology Today from Dr. Georgia Eade about the carnivore diet for mental health, I became intrigued and dug into learning more. I started carnivore as an experiment on myself and saw, among other things, remission of an autoimmune issue as well as almost 30 pounds dropped in the first 6 weeks, and I've kept it off the last 4 years. I recently returned to the gym after a 6.5-year hiatus. I've been engaging in weight training 3 days per week. I am pleased to see a rate of muscle gains, and a visible reduction in body fat at age 49 that I would have been happy to see in my 20s. It's pretty amazing what your body is capable of when you cut out things it doesn't want or need and feed it what it was designed to be fed. Stephen Thomas BSc. Up until age 49 years old I believed what I was told about food and exercise. So I was avoiding eating anything with fat on it, especially red meat, and it was my aim to keep my cholesterol low. This resulted in prediabetes, lower left quadrant pain, stubborn weight gain even though I ran 3x a week and worked as a personal trainer, bad skin, athlete's foot, eye sensitivity to sunlight and perpetual winter colds. After eating the right way according to the official guidelines I transitioned to low carb, then keto, and at age 55 I went carnivore. It just kept fixing a lot of problems, the more I removed carbs, plants and fruit. I lost 27 pounds with less activity. I am no longer pre-diabetic, I've not had a cold or been to the doctor for over 9 years. Just by eating meat. I gained more muscle and became leaner without carbs. I'm healthier, happier, and I love my food. I eat more now than I ever have. Audra Coleman. Over my 55 years, I have been on every diet known to man, including weight loss surgery. I was highly addicted to sugar and carbs. I found carnivore 2 years ago and it has completely changed my life. I have lost 85 pounds. I feel better than I've ever felt. I have no more inflammation, arthritis, or joint pain. My vision has greatly improved. My mental clarity is absolutely amazing. I actually look 10 to 15 years younger with the carnivore lifestyle. I feel like I have finally found something that is sustainable for me for life. I will never go back to the standard American diet. I have no cravings for carbs, sugar, fruits, or vegetables. I enjoy delicious animal protein daily. Best decision I ever made for my health. I highly recommend investing in your health with a carnivore lifestyle. Jenny Stanley. As a 61-year-old female, the carnivore lifestyle has been a bit of a mindset shift. It has proven to be the polar opposite of what I was led to believe. Eating very low fat, loads of produce, healthy grains, protein, say what, and endless cardio was the way to ultimate health. I believe these practices have contributed to poor and undesired health situations that have been eliminated, or profoundly reduced solely by eating meat-based protein, fat and little to no carbs. Among the benefits, reduced inflammation, mental clarity boost, gut transformation, balanced blood sugar, energy boost, satiety, simplicity and food freedom. Eating carnivore has allowed me to continue my active lifestyle, with profound improvements in endurance, strength and recovery. Experiencing these benefits inspires me to continue setting the example of ultimate self-care. I'm forever grateful for the carnivore lifestyle and the supportive connections I've acquired. You owe it to yourself, take your health to the ultimate level and give carnivore a try. Mark Ennis. I spent my whole life trying to get in shape. From doing too much in the gym, eating 6 to 7 times daily, and hiring a coach. What I learned is that there was nothing new about what I was doing. I was probably getting in shape, but my mental health was deteriorating. I was hungry a lot when food was low and told to just get on with it. I came across carnivore about a year ago and also met Jonathan along the way. This way of eating has completely transformed everything I do. That I have included it with the majority of the people I work with. We see a lot on social media that you need carbs. It's your main energy source, blah blah blah. I know when I ate carbs I was told throughout the day. I was injured often. Whereas now I can honestly say I feel and look the best I have ever been. Highly recommended. It's important to note that these are just some of the incredible testimonies for the carnivore way of eating. In terms of user experience and health benefits, we firmly believe this diet is second to none. Read on to find out the answers to some of our most frequently asked questions. Frequently asked questions. When it comes to building muscle and losing fat, there are several commonly asked questions that arise. Here are some of the most frequently asked questions on this topic. Can I build muscle and lose fat at the same time? Some people may wonder if they can build muscle and lose fat at the same time. This is called body recomposition, and it may be possible for some people under certain conditions. A study showed that overweight, untrained people could do it for 4 weeks with a high-protein, energy-restricted diet and resistance exercise. However, this may not apply to everyone. Some factors that can affect body recomposition are: mass balance model, eating less food than your body needs to maintain weight can help you lose fat. Resistance training, doing regular strength exercises for all your muscles is important for making them bigger and stronger. Training experience, beginners or people who stop training for a while may have more potential for body recomposition than experienced athletes. Genetics and hormonal factors, some people may have an easier or harder time changing their body composition because of their genes and hormones. Sleep and recovery, getting enough sleep and rest is essential for optimal muscle growth and fat loss. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of good sleep every night. Overall health and lifestyle factors, things like stress, health, and lifestyle choices can also affect your body's ability to change. Body recomposition usually happens slowly. For most people, it may be better to focus on one goal at a time, such as gaining muscle or losing fat. How long it takes to see noticeable muscle gains depends on many factors, such as genetics, training intensity, nutrition, and consistency. Generally, it may take weeks to months of regular resistance training to see significant muscle growth. However, some people may see faster or slower results based on their training experience, age, gender, and genetic predisposition. Nutrition is also important for muscle gains. Eating a balanced diet with enough protein and fats can help your muscles grow and repair. Additionally, proper recovery, including enough sleep and rest days, is vital for the muscle building process. How long does it take to see noticeable muscle gains? Different factors affect how fast you can see muscle gains, such as genetics, training, nutrition, and consistency. Generally, it may take weeks or months of regular strength training to see bigger muscles. However, some people may see faster or slower results based on their experience, age, gender, and genes. A review in Sports Medicine says that muscle growth usually shows after weeks or months of consistent strength training. A study in the Journal of Strength and Conditioning Research says that beginners or people who start training again may see bigger muscles in 8 to 12 weeks. Another study in the Journal of Applied Physiology says that experienced lifters may see smaller muscle gains because their muscles make less protein. Nutrition also affects muscle gains. Eating a balanced diet with enough protein and fats can help your muscles grow and repair. Also, getting enough sleep and rest is important for the muscle building process. You can estimate your maximum muscle potential by using the Fat-Free Mass Index, FFMI, calculation. FFMI considers your body fat percentage and lean body mass, giving an estimate of the most muscle you can naturally have. The time for noticeable muscle gains is different for everyone. To make your muscles grow faster, you need to train regularly, increase your intensity, eat well, and recover properly. What is the best workout routine for building muscle? If you want to build muscle, you need to find a workout that works for you. One option is the high-intensity training, HIIT, by the famous bodybuilder Mike Mentzer. He had some key ideas for effective muscle building. Here are Mentzer's main HIIT ideas. Intensity: Mentzer said you need to train hard to make your muscles grow. This means using heavy weights and going until you can't do any more. Short workouts: Mentzer said long workouts weren't good and could slow you down. Instead, he said to do shorter but harder workouts to avoid overtraining and let your muscles rest. Less training: Mentzer said you need to give your muscles enough time to rest and grow. He said to train each muscle group only once every 5 to 7 days. Heavy weights: Mentzer said you need to use heavy weights to make your muscles work hard. He said this was important for making your muscles bigger. Controlled representatives: Mentzer said you need to do each rep with good form and a slow, controlled speed. This makes sure you use your muscles well and helps prevent injury. Progressive overload: like other muscle building methods, Mentzer's HIIT method uses progressive overload. This means you need to increase the weight, representatives, or intensity of your workouts over time to keep making your muscles grow. Individualization: Mentzer said you need to adjust your workout to your own goals, abilities, and recovery. Everyone is different, so you need to find what works best for you. Should I focus more on cardio or weightlifting for fat loss? If you want to lose fat, you can do cardio or weightlifting. Science says weightlifting may be better than cardio for fat loss and muscle keeping. Some studies show this. One study in obesity compared resistance, aerobic, or both exercises on body fat and muscle in overweight and obese people. It found that resistance exercise was best for losing fat and keeping muscle, while aerobic exercise didn't do the same. Another study in the Journal of Applied Physiology looked at overweight women and different exercises for fat loss. It found that resistance exercise made them lose more fat, while aerobic exercise didn't. Why is weightlifting good for fat loss? One reason is that it makes more muscle. Muscle uses more energy than fat even when you rest. By making more muscle with weightlifting, you can burn more fat over time. Weightlifting also has another cool benefit. It makes you use more energy after your workout than cardio. This is called excess post-exercise oxygen consumption, EPOC. With weightlifting, you get to burn more energy for longer. Remember that doing both cardio and weightlifting can be good for your health and fitness. Cardio has its own benefits, like improving your heart health and lung capacity. So, mixing both exercises can help you lose fat and be fit. But if you had to pick one, weightlifting would be our choice. How important is nutrition in building muscle and losing fat? Nutrition is very important for muscle building and fat loss. Science shows that nutrition affects your body shape. Here are some science facts about nutrition and body shape. Protein for muscle. A study in the British Journal of Sports Medicine says that more protein helps your muscles grow and repair during strength training. A study in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition says that a high-protein diet, 1.6 g a kilogram a day, with strength training makes your muscles bigger in young and old people. Food and fat loss. A study in the New England Journal of Medicine says that eating less food makes you lose weight and fat. A review in Obesity Reviews says that eating less food is the main way to lose fat, no matter what kind of food you eat. Food types. A study in the Journal of the International Society of Sports Nutrition says that high-protein diets, 2.3 to 3.1 g a kilogram a day, help you keep your muscles when you eat less food. A review in the Journal of the American College of Nutrition says that low-carb diets may make you lose more fat than low-fat diets. Food timing and muscle. A study in the Journal of the International Society of Sports Nutrition says that eating protein after exercise helps your muscles grow and recover. A review in the Journal of the International Society of Sports Nutrition says that eating enough protein, 0.3 to 0.4 g a kilogram a meal, throughout the day helps your muscles grow. But Jerome and I are not sure if this really matters for how much muscle you can have. It may be something to think about when you stop making progress. These facts show how nutrition affects muscle building and fat loss. Protein, food types, and food timing are all things to think about for your body shape. Do I need to take supplements to build muscle and lose fat? Long story short, no. Only food and some physically challenging exercise is needed. There are some, however, which may be useful at times. Defer to the previous section of the book with our recommended supplements to be used, if at all. How often should I change my workout routine to continue making progress? You should change your workout as little as you can, if you have the best program. But how often you need to change it to keep making progress depends on different things and is not the same for everyone. You should know that you don't always need to change it unless some signs tell you to. Usually, doing the same workout is important for making progress. Your body needs time to get used to and react to your current workout. If you're making your muscles work hard and increasing your intensity, weights, or representatives over time, you can keep making gains without changing a lot. Although, there are times when changing your workout can help. Plateaus. If you stop seeing progress or getting better even though you're trying hard, it might mean that your body is used to the workout. Then, changing your workout can make your muscles grow and break the plateau. Boredom or no motivation. If you're not interested or motivated to do your current workout, changing things can make you excited and have fun with your workouts. Specific goals or needs. If you have specific things you want to do, like getting stronger, having better heart health, or working on certain muscles, doing different exercises or methods can help you with those things. Remember that you don't need to change just for the sake of changing. It's important to listen to your body, check your progress, and change when you need to. If you're making your muscles work hard, increasing your challenge, and getting better, you may not need to change your workout a lot. It's also good to know that you can still change things within your workouts without changing your whole workout. This can mean changing the exercises, representatives, intensity, rest, or new ways of training to keep your workouts interesting and effective. The main thing is to find a balance between doing the same workout and changing it when you need to based on your goals, likes, and progress. Is it necessary to track macros, macronutrients, for optimal results? Macros are protein, carbs, fats, and even water. Tracking macros can help you with your muscle, fat, and body goals. Science says macro tracking works. For example, a study in the Journal of the International Society of Sports Nutrition compared macro tracking and body shape in people who did strength training. Both groups got better, but the macro tracking group lost more fat and kept more muscle. Another study in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition compared a macro diet and a calorie diet for weight loss and body shape. The macro diet group, who had specific protein, carb, and fat goals, lost more fat and kept more muscle. When you track macros, you can watch and change your intake to meet your goals. Each macro has a different role in energy, muscle, and metabolism. By tracking, you can make sure you eat enough protein for muscle and enough fat for energy, etc. Also, macro tracking gives you a better idea of your nutrition than just tracking calories. It lets you see if your diet is balanced or missing something and change it if needed. This can be good for people with special needs or goals. But remember that macro tracking is not for everyone. Some people may find it too hard or not needed for their goals, while others may like a more easy way of eating. You should do what works for you in your life. If you want to try macro tracking, talking to a nutritionist can help you set your goals, know your needs, and make a good nutrition plan for you. To sum up, macro tracking can help you with your body shape, muscle, and fat goals. It gives you control and choice of your nutrition to get what you want. But it's not for everyone, and you should do what suits you best. 9. Is fasting a useful tool to improve body composition and health? Fasting has pros and cons for your health and lifestyle. Here are some of them. Pros of fasting. Helps you lose weight. Fasting makes you eat less, which can help you control your weight. Improves blood sugar. Fasting makes your body more sensitive to insulin, which helps lower your blood sugar. This is good for people with diabetes or at risk of it. Repairs your cells. Fasting activates autophagy, a process where your cells fix and renew themselves. This can prevent diseases, remove toxins, and keep your cells healthy. Makes you eat mindfully. Fasting helps you understand your hunger and eating habits. This helps you eat mindfully, which can improve your food choices and health. Cons of fasting. Causes nutrient deficiencies. Fasting for too long or too often can make you miss out on important nutrients. You need to eat a balanced diet when you're not fasting to avoid this. Disrupts hormones. Fasting too much or too hard can mess up your hormones, especially for women. Some people may have problems with their periods, fertility, or hormone levels. You should talk to a doctor before you start fasting. Hard to keep up. Fasting can be hard to do for a long time. Some people may feel hungry, deprived, or tempted to overeat. You need to find a way of fasting that works for you in your life. Not for everyone. Fasting may not be safe or suitable for some people, such as those with medical conditions, pregnant or breastfeeding women, or those with eating disorders. You should get expert advice before you try fasting. Generally, it is only recommended as a last resort, when less abrasive methods have failed for fat loss. Aligning physique goals with positive health outcomes is Jonathan's motto for a very specific reason. Anyone who has spent some time online looking for bodybuilding diets or training routines has likely experienced some overwhelm at the oceanic proliferation of competing theories. While high-volume, high-frequency training and dieting on chicken breast and white rice is still the most popular approach, contemporary bodybuilders use all manner of approaches. Common bro wisdom suggests that you have to find the diet and training routine that works best for you. Everyone is different genetically, so everyone requires a different diet and training modality, right? Wrong. The same fundamental principles of biology, anatomy, physiology, mechanics, and physics apply to everyone. While there are genetic differences between humans, we are all 99.9% identical. And man's physiologic nature and anthropological past indicate we are hypercarnivores. But seeing as you purchased an ebook on carnivore bodybuilding, you likely already know that. Jerome uses that metaphor to divest you of the idea that you need to try every training routine under the sun, and blindly hope to find the one that works best for you. While there is some room for individual genetic differences and personal preference, there is a best way to train to build muscle. There is a best set of dietary principles to lose fat. And these principles will be discussed at length in this book, as well as how to accommodate for personal preferences or performance capabilities. Many books and programs online will try to tell you that there is this one key hormone, food, rep scheme or training method to double your results. This couldn't be further from the truth. This book is the epitome of cultivating decades of experience using holistic approaches and ancestral tenets. This isn't just some book about carnivore bodybuilding, it is the definitive guide on how to build your best physique. But that's not enough, that's only half of the motto. A properly structured carnivore diet will allow you to transform your physique while enjoying the process. Gone are the days of feeling deprived or feeling like you need to build up the willpower to stick to a diet for 12 to 16 weeks. You can and will build your best physique while having more energy, more confidence, more mental clarity, and more power in your life. Bodybuilding and being healthy are not mutually exclusive. A properly conducted bodybuilding regimen will improve your health and your physique. It will make you more active, more fit, and more capable. This isn't about how to get in shape for a few weeks, this is a guide on how to be strong and fit for life. A bodybuilder isn't just someone who competes on stage. To us, a bodybuilder is anyone who diets and trains primarily for the purposes of improving health and aesthetics. The strength and cardiovascular improvements will contribute positively towards general fitness. Should you enjoy any recreational activities or sport, you'll learn how to integrate bodybuilding training with your sport-specific activities. Our goal is to give you the tools to become the best version of yourself. The execution is up to you. Should you have any further questions or want our direct one-on-one coaching, contact us through here. Jonathan, compositionconsultant.com. Jerome, 18 Minute Fitness.